Alright, Lord, alright. Oh, what are we doing here? Ooh, my elbow hurts. What was I doing here?
Yes.
19 strength. Mana.
Greetings.
Right, so I did one of these cleansed things. It's kind of okay, I guess. Corrupted Nexus. Area contains a corrupted boss. Oh, I can. I don't know stats and upgrades. I mean, just more health. I got my resist going as well. Might have gotten too much. Mind you. Might have gotten too much resist. But yeah. Well, I guess let's go over to here. Oh man. I do damage is chaos damage. Boy, do I not want to fight that. Did I really run out of wave map thingies? They need a
Speak.
Oh, you just buy tier 6s.
Go. What can I do for you?
Well, if we can buy tier 6s, let's just sell the lower tier 1s then.
Time is not
No real point. Keeping them.
the essence.
Hi, kitty. Oh, hi, kitty cat. Well, okay, so, I kind of want to see... What are you? It's like a rock and roll temple. Okay, well, let's put the extra cold damage on here. Oh my god, dude.
Enemies abound in this place. Charge! Soulless one!
Have you seen the forums?
You there, local, come here.
No challenge!
Their latest thing is telling us that build diversity went down. Build diversity went down. Holy shit. Dude, I can't, at this point,
Oh, I always love a good risk.
at this point, I literally can't tell, like,
Never against treasure.
I don't know, man. At this point, I literally can't tell if, Path to Exile 1 players are serious
I'm ready!
or, like, Like, as someone who played those shitty builds, as someone who like used those undertuned strategies from point one, let me tell you, build diversity went so far up with this patch. It's actually unreal. Like, I don't know if we're doing a bit, but like, do people not understand how bad build diversity is?
Magic beam!
When you have some builds that one-shot even the pinnacle plus fours, and some builds that actually struggle. Like, it's so amusing to me how, whether or not, basically, there's thing good and thing bad. Well, that's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, the only way I can phrase it is that the Path of Exile 1 community, I've maintained, and you guys know I've maintained a consistent opinion for a decade now, that the Path of Exile 1 player base is the most out of touch, like, insane player base that literally bullies developers into keeping their games worse.
You were no
I don't know a better way to describe it. They literally look at their games and they're like, wow, this could be fun, but what if it was shitty? And then if the devs ever try to make their games not shitty, they throw a temper tantrum and basically harass and bully the fuck out of them until they make it shitty again. That's the funniest part, too, is that you have other ARPGs trying to become more like PoE 2. And then you have the PoE 1 players who are like, wow, look at this huge runaway success. What if it was shitty again? And then devs are like, well, we don't want to make it shitty. And they're like, but I can't beat +4 pinnacle bosses with the worst build ever known to mankind. You've destroyed build diversity. So somehow build diversity means extremely bad players with shitty builds being able to beat the game. Not, you know, interesting builds that can compete. But then if you go back to Path of Exile 1, basically what I'm trying to say is their opinions change whether or not they're trying to say if something is good or something is bad. They have no consistent opinion. They're literally just whiny bitches. If you go back and you look at Path of Exile 1, any season they'll say there's 1 or 2 viable builds. What do they mean viable? They mean the best. So they mean at any given point in time there's just 1 or 2 builds that are just better than everyone else, right? And everyone plays those builds. And they'll say it openly. But then they'll also say, but don't worry, there's tons of build diversity. There's only 1 or 2 viable builds, but there's huge build diversity. Huh?
Will best you.
Well, that's exactly the thing, is that they basically don't look at build diversity as like, the way they look at build diversity isn't whether or not a build, what's in the right way to put this? Well, it's like hard to talk about it because Path of Exile 1 players are some of the biggest crybabies you'll ever see in your life. And I see this repeatedly where they'll be like, but look at the awesome Path of Exile 1 gameplay. This is what we're missing. And people will be like, oh, that looks like shit. Yeah, no, I don't like that at all. Oh, no, I think that gameplay looks awful. And rather than be like, oh man, maybe he has a point, or oh man, why do people not like this gameplay? They'll go, no, you do like it, you're wrong. And it's like, huh? And then if you say the gameplay looks like shit and unfun, they'll say, well, the game rewards build knowledge and blah, 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 blah. Oh, it doesn't. If you can beat the game with the shittiest goddamn builds because the gameplay is easy, the enemies are easy, everything is easy beyond belief, nothing is challenging, there's no pushback, everything is simplistic, everything just gives you 10 gorillion loot for existing, then, like...
I can't yet.
That doesn't reward build knowledge. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Power!
Man, you dead?
I'm not ready.
One thing I really wish they would look into is right after you break someone's armor and you go back to trying to shred it, there's a delay before you're allowed to shred it. Super annoying.
Just try it.
See that? So I do have to sit there and do nothing for a second, which is pretty annoying.
I'm not ready.
That's our checkpoint there. That's weird. Yeah, that's the exact problem. I mean, the reason so many people don't like Path of Exile 1 isn't because they're wrong and their opinions are bad. And that's one of the funny things is that oh, that's not bad. One of the funny things is that Path of Exile 1 players will lead you to believe they'll outright tell you, like, if you don't like this, your opinion is wrong. And then when it comes time to describe why it's good, it's always, well, it rewards build... No, it doesn't reward build knowledge. It's the opposite. It unrewards build knowledge. You make anything that easy, you're not rewarding build knowledge. You're not. I mean, simply put, you're just not. I don't know. Like, I don't know how people are possibly gaslighting themselves. I don't know how people are possibly gaslighting themselves into believing that
Hello. On with you.
build knowledge is when game is so fucking easy you can beat it with literally anything. I'm gonna keep putting these gems in, but they don't really do me any good. I have so many of these tablets, and they're kind of pointless because I just have so many. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Is there anything I can do with that? I got essence. What do I do? Life, chaos resist, fire resist. I'm gonna put an attribute. Oh no, wait, I can't do that. It would be a greater one. Did these sell?
Hello there.
No. What even does sell anymore? Wait, so this one sells a lightning modifier. Why lightning? What build is using lightning that everyone's trying to use? Interesting. I figured the prices here would go up pretty quickly. Well, let me look around. There's no way Sorcerer's Spark survived, did it? Did it actually pull itself out of its grave? Oh, I mean, I guess we need to nerf something by 95%. Somehow, Sorcerer's Spark survived. Wow, that's actually nuts, dude. But see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's like exactly what I'm talking about. Is that like Sorcerer Spark survives because like Sorcerer Spark survives because like the build was like overtuned into infinity. Part of the problem seems to be people expect shit builds to do well. What level am I right now? 76. I'm not very good at leveling in that I spend a lot of time just sort of doing this. Cause I
Yes.
yeah.
Until next time.
Okay, I'm gonna keep you, Mizir Hammer. It's a lot of cold resist at least.
Yes.
I think the 24 armor, I mean, I could
Not on our side.
regale it. No.
We need to create a complete They'll be here. Waiting.
I would say the biggest issue, life, cast speed, chaos resist. See, you can also tell that people have much better loot than they're memeing. Because, like, you go to sell items and shit, and you notice the decent items just don't sell. Everyone's already got good loot. The whole idea, the meme, that people have bad loot is just not true. I think that there's definitely a drop, let's say, issue. Drops are weird. And damage is extra chaos damage. Oh boy. Is that even a good idea? Well, it's not actually too bad now that I think about it. 'Cause I get lives.
Just try it! Cower!
So, it's not the end of the world. I could probably sell that for more, but I kind of don't give a shit because it's obvious the only reason people will buy it are to roll on it. So, yeah, the problem is if I make it more expensive, like we make it 2 or even 3, especially early in this season, I think that's dramatically reducing the worth of the item, so to speak. So you got people that are refreshing the list, right? And they're just trying to find these shitty items. Well, not shitty, but let's say uncompleted items to roll on. They're gonna have to put 3 exalted in it, plus 1 to buy it, and the odds of it being good are not mathematically great, let's say.
Just try it! Return to death!
Man. Yeah, I kind of have to... look out for that chaos damage modifier. Is pretty nutty. Huh. Man, my, what do you call it? Ugh, I don't know. I need to get a two-handed weapon. Playing as one-handed is so bad. Unless you're abusing plus melee level. Like Molten Shield or some shit. One-handed just...
Come get me!
I mean, it's nice for keeping yourself alive, I suppose. I wouldn't say it's that Warrior server tune. It's that Smith is so good at low items. I was gonna say Smith is so good at the low levels, and because like once again I keep saying it, Path to Exile players are weird. Well, I shouldn't say Path to Exile players are weird. Everyone kind of does this in every single game. People are like, this build is good in the early game. That makes it worthless because you can outscale it and win. But like, I see that in literally every game. Literally every game. So many people refuse to acknowledge that, like, often being stronger in the early game makes you better in the late game anyway, because you just scale quicker.
No chance! I'm not ready. No challenge!
Man, can you be dead already? I wish I did more damage. Yeah, but that's the thing. You quit after your build is done. You go, neat, and you quit. But, like, if it takes until you have best in slot items for your build to scale out people and all that, well, Max rage, increased area effect, wow. Those are all like good effects in the wrong order. Okay, so we got all the easy strength nodes. I think we did. Stun build up, and then stun build up or stun build up. I stun threshold or stun build up. Stun threshold's looking kind of juicy right now. I won't lie to you, chat. Wait, did they actually... Wait, they nerfed this entire tree. That's crazy. They basically undid all the buffs Armor Break got by making all this synergy with it nerfed. I'm slowly realizing as I reach the late game. Huh. Enemies in Jagged Ground you create take increased damage. 30% chance of bleeding to be aggravated when inflicting against enemies on jagged ground. Are there any easy jewels we can grab? No. I swear they reduce the amount of jewels. Either that or I'm going crazy. Could be both. Trying to think, where do I want to go? That's the increased area effect one, yeah. Well, are we gonna have to really go brute strength? This one's actually good. Well, let me think here. Well, you have to remember the player count is, I've kept up to date. I've looked at it. The player count is exactly, and I mean, exactly in line. We don't need chance, we need critical hit damage. Skill effect duration. Why would it go skill effect duration and to reduce potency of slowing debuffs? That feels nutty. There's no way for us to really get near critical. No, we don't need critical hit chance. Trying to look around. Oh boy, I love minus 5% reduced max mana. I can't believe they didn't unnerf these a little bit. They reduced the mana cost of melee, but didn't deal with this shit. Bit annoying, that one. Let me think. I see we're still doing that shit we do. Where we put rings on the market. That rolled like 2 decent stats. So now everyone thinks it's best in slot. Yeah, I'm just looking around. I'm trying to think, what do I get? I mean, stun threshold and stun buildup is quite good. Ironically. They kind of, like, part of the problem is almost all the armor nodes are not very good. It's kind of like a recurring problem, and they haven't really addressed it. I mean, I have these ones. Smith can enchant his body armor with percent HP. So like, you can't just, yeah. This one wouldn't be bad. Well, yeah. It's like literally if I'm armor penning, this build is still bad now because they nerfed it so hard to the point where it's actually really funny when you notice it. Well, not so much funny as annoying, I suppose. Okay, so armor's not very good, strength's not very good. I mean, I got pretty much... That's kind of the problem. I got like all the armor nodes I could, and they're still pretty bad. Armor nodes just tend to be weird, out of the way, and not very good. Other than Blade Catcher. But they should just put more strength. I mean, the problem is, instead of doing the reasonable thing, they just made Titan unkillable early game, and then we're like, good enough. Like, oh, alright, I guess. Well, okay. Let's just go down here for Titanic. That gets a stun threshold.
Cower! I'm not ready! Weakling!
Yeah, I didn't go with, I didn't go with Hammer of the Gods this time. I got too many abilities. I think the problem, yeah, is you don't really even want to consume armor break anymore, which makes it super awkward. The more I use it, the more I'm convinced.
I can't yet!
The more I use it, the more I'm convinced that, unfortunately, the whole Sunder build isn't gonna work. Simply because they nerfed consuming the armor debuff so hard. With all, like, they basically thought consuming the armor debuff was gonna be this crazy mega top tier broken strategy.
Shatter!
And because they nerfed it 10 gajillion times into the ground,
I need more time!
it has the funny downside that it literally doesn't matter how many times they buffed it, because they nerfed it even harder. Like, I can apply that shit so quickly.
Meat creature!
Yeah. The only thing seems to be I need to keep up the scavenge plating somehow, right? What did I give enemies here? They do damages chaos damage. Well, I'm all chaos resist, so I should be good, right? Aw, I'm not.
I'm not ready. Reveal yourself!
I don't know why I went crazy for that, but okay. I'm trying to think. I mean, I'm kind of running into the same issue that I had previous playing Warrior. Basically, they tried to fix consuming the armor debuff and make it an actually good build, but they compensate nerfed it so hard by nerfing every single thing about armor shred to try to compensate for the debuff they added to it. It's now significantly better early game, but it scales so bad. Not only that, enemy bosses start getting so much duration on stun reduction. To the point where even if you do stun them, they only stay stunned for like a little bit of time. And there are some enemies who can literally continue to attack you during stun, which is definitely odd. Is that like a mana drain field?
Come get me!
I mean, clearly.
I can't yet.
Huh. So this is the rare that got doubled. And of course he regenerates life. How do I beat this? Huh. I think any normal build could beat this, but because I'm using a one-handed... Bro, one-handed weapons are so it's actually crazy. I think I literally can't do this because I just do not have the DPS. I might have to just straight up, at this point, remove the shield, just so I can actually clear this shit in a reasonable time. It's because they're both regenerating life, they're both draining mana, and Volatile Plant still hasn't been nerfed. Probably because it doesn't affect range characters that much, so the devs never noticed how broken it is. Okay, I'm gonna be real, Jet. I gotta get rid of this fucking shield. And I just gotta play a normal ass run up and smack people with a two-handed weapon build.
Yes.
Cause, oh yeah.
Of course.
I don't know, man. They just, like, the one-handed DPS in this game is just so abysmal. Yeah, one-handed weapons, dude, the math doesn't math with them so hard to the point where it's actually kind of absurd. They do less base damage, but then they roll lower modifiers, but then they get less runes. I don't think there's any build where I would possibly end up using this.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
Let me see if I can just toss that away for one.
We need to create a complete.
Presence, area of effect, critical hit chance. Okay.
On with the
I'm just gonna save myself having this shit in my inventory for years.
Yes.
The sad thing is, I've got probably one of the best one-handed weapons you can get for like just sort of finding something in the early season. So I'm trying to find something. Like, I can't be one-handed anymore, man. It's driving me crazy. One-handed is so fucking bad. What exactly is the exchange rate of divs into Exalted?
Hello.
52? Why the resistance overcap? Because I'm a smith, it just sort of happens. I don't know a better way to put it. You're just minding your own business. And Smith. How far can I get the bleed shotgun? I don't know. If I found good shit, I could keep it going, but that's about it. Damn, a lot of these require so much strength that I don't have. That's a problem. Honestly, at this point, I think it would be better. God, like, here's what I'm talking about, dude. Random two-handed weapon with no stats. I think at this point, shoot, it kind of kills my build, but I literally don't know how I can continue to try to play like this. It's especially bad because the rune buffs meant that one-handed weapons fell even further behind. Because now runes, instead of being 20%, are 25% physical damage. Like, come on. Hold on, chat. I'm looking some things up right now. Let me see if this guy actually sells it. I'm gonna...
Hey.
We're cashing out a little bit early on that div I got, which is fine. What's it, 30 exalted? Yeah. Because this game... If I want to... basically, here's the problem. If I want to do a build, I'm gonna just have to go with a two-handed weapon.
Yes.
So I just went ahead and I found some dumb cheap shit.
I have changed my mind.
Huh? Yeah, there we go. So let's see, 11,000 on Sunder now. Let's refund
I have
this.
a different plan.
6,700. Yeah, it's literally double DPS
I have a different plan.
with like a shitty weapon versus one of the best weapons I found. Oh my fucking god, it doesn't even have quality yet. Yeah. Yeah. Almost up to 2.5 DPS, chat. I don't know, man. It's just lame. It's lame. The balance right now is dumb. If you don't go Giant's Blood, well, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I guess. Oh, that just kills me. I don't think I want to do that one. Like, I'm cashing out. We're just gonna buy this. There. I'm doing the same build, but now at the very least, when I hit shit, it should take damage.
Come get me!
If I could see.
Fear will best you!
Watch me have randomly found a better one. No, close, ironically. Oh my fucking god. Chad. I just realized. You wanna know how bad this is? Anyone wanna tell me how bad this is? So,
Yes. Speak.
I'm still on the one-handed nodes. Yeah.
Nothing is set in stone.
It says 6,000 to 16,000. Yeah. The balance in this game is annoying. But it's fine. I found a decent starter. I cashed out a div. I mean, if it drops it for me, I might as well use it, right, chat? If I drop the div, might as well use the div. What else did this weapon have? Life per enemy, accuracy. Oh, it had accuracy too. So like, it was, I found it was pretty good. By the way, the real hilarity is that now my armor shred is gonna work better, as you're seeing, because it does damage based on your, well, damage, which is now 2.5 times. So, yeah. You know, it's annoying.
Hands. This could forge something truly exceptional.
The forums definitely tell me. I think I'm gonna have to change up to my older build. Although, there should actually be a pretty good way to do it, mind you. Suddenly, chat, you notice how much easier this shit is? Yeah. What they gotta do is give one-handed weapons. They need to get regular modifiers to their percent damage. And they need to get they need to get regular modifiers to their percent damage, and they need to get 2 runes. Because old runes are percent damage increases. The fact that now they're losing a 25% damage increase. See what I mean about the armor explosion? Because it's based on your damage. Do you see the problem here, chat? Oh my god, could you just be dead? Evade this dick.
I can't yet.
Almost ready to try out a late game rolling slam build. Almost. Yeah, the problem seems to be the entirety of Warrior is based and balanced on running around with a Giga two-hander. And you'll notice that, like, my entire build works better now. The only problem with the rolling slam build is its quality is so fucking bad. Adding 50% of damage to days that it basically doesn't have a quality.
No chance!
I'm kind of annoyed that Aftershock on Sunder doesn't seem to keep the crit damage anymore. Really annoying that. Because especially that means the second, third, fourth hit are hitting full armored enemies. I might actually have to go rolling slam now that I think about it. That'd be awkward. Huh. Why do they even make one-handed weapons? I think it's one of these legacy things where inevitably anyone that's actually viable with one-handed weapons will just get giga buffs to using one-handed weapons. I killed that rare without even paying attention. That's how much higher the damage is. For those of you guys who've probably been looking at my build and being like, this sucks, this isn't working at all, this is why. This is why. Yeah. It's because I'm not even joking, one-handed weapons are like a 60% damage decrease by default. It's really annoying. I noticed it, especially when I was slotting in the new rune, and I thought to myself, wait, I can only slot in one rune into one-handed weapons. So they have a lower base damage, lower modifiers on the weapon, and then that goes into... Well, isn't that the fun? I do have a 4-socket. See, because watch, the first hit... Oh. Well. You see the first hit, right? I'd have to change my points up a little bit, I'm thinking. Perfect Strike got changed for different builds.
You need to create.
Some people say it's nerfed into the ground. I don't think it's nerfed into the ground. Obviously. Yeah, so the problem seems to be... So Leap Slam does Giga Stun build-up now. Leap Slam, Rolling Slam seems to be their ideal play. Why do I only have one level 16? Did I stop picking them up or something? That's annoying. It kind of sucks because I put all my points into Magma Barrier, but whatever. I've been meaning to try this build for a while anyway. So let's see here. Sunder, unfortunately, they kind of broke the shit you're doing, which is a bit annoying, I won't lie. So the idea is that Leap Slam stuns enemies. Now, I'm just saying the idea. Don't, you know, come at me and be like, Like, the idea is Leap Slam stuns enemies. And then Rolling Slam does bonus damage to stunned enemies. To be like a bam bam type deal, you know? Well, I'm gonna take it because I feel like this is one of these builds that like people are live searching for. It's like quite good, right? But it's also like really weirdly niche, if that makes sense to you. Like someone's gonna have to roll on it. I don't know, dude. I do that because a lot of times I've tried to sell items like that. And what ends up happening is like if I increase the price or maybe on the first dude I don't go for it, like no one goes for it after that. Everyone's like, okay, fuck you. Okay, so what do I do on Leap Slam? So some people do the Brink Leap Slam over power. There's multiple ways to do this, I suppose. Okay, let's put unabating on Rolling Slam. So we got heavy swing, unabating. It doesn't consume aftershock, so reverberate aftershock. I can't tell if going for the aftershocks is a good idea or not. Or if I should just ditch the idea of going for them. Well, barbs might not be the worst idea, but splinter definitely is. That should basically automatically hit twice, I'm thinking.
I shall endure.
So the idea should be...
Face me!
Ready? Let's do this.
Oh, that can stun.
My eyes deceive me. Spirit, guide us.
Not stun,
It's
aftershock.
getting away. Spirit, guide us. Don't let it escape. Stay on it. Stay on it. Rathan's flame. It's getting stronger.
Oh, is that him?
Don't lose focus.
No chance!
Almost there. Don't give up now. Spirit will be done. Strike before it slips away.
Meat creature!
Well, I mean, part of the problem is that dude's got...
Spirit will be done. Wait.
No, I don't think Cultist Hammer got changed. Or maybe it did, I don't know.
Come here!
I haven't really paid attention, to be honest. I think I want to change my runes up a little bit.
Meat creature!
Meat creature.
Gruesome creature!
Well, someone's I'm using a two-handed weapon. There's no real point. Well, let me think here. And that still just continues to be the wombo combo of Dome. How did that not aftershock? What the hell? Map objective, kill all rare monsters.
Just try it!
I mean, it's a lot of damage. I can't make leap slam. I'm trying to think of a way to change the build. I kind of like where I'm at, but I can obviously do a bit better. The big thing is I get so much armor. Because here, look, while I'm casting Rolling Slam, I basically stopped taking physical damage in its entirety. Especially because I'm a blacksmith. It's just a couple things. Okay. So I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really sure on this. Well, the shock, okay, the aftershock support is doubling its damage effectively, right? Someone math this out for me. 25%. What's the cast time? What are we at right now? Let me look at this. 2.38. Better be 0.25. So we get 9 of that times 0.15. to build like everyone else, aren't I? I'm trying to think here. So hold on, I'm just trying to think here. It's like super RNG, but I think this is still our best DPS option. I'm not sure. It's just super duper RNG. But not really that RNG, I guess, because it's pretty consistent. Like, yeah.
Let more otherworldly remnants.
Go on. Time is of the essence.
He's not selling me many maps, is he? I mean, I'm killing everything just fine.
No chance. Shooting.
Really, kitty? See, the thing is, the armor explosion damage is based on your damage. So even if you're doing one-handed resonating shield, it will still do less damage than if you Titan's Blood into it. That's what I'm trying to say to people. Like, I don't think people realize just how bad the balance is.
Just try it.
Yeah.
You shall fall.
So like, if you notice, I've gone back to like how I was before the patch, literally deleting some rares before I even know they're in a pack, because the bone shatter and armor explosion just obliterates them. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, you know that old saying, chat. Shit, if it works, it works. My build is like bizarrely complicated right now and kind of breaks my mind to play a little bit, but in all honesty,
Get me!
the biggest issues I see, Rolling Slam's quality is still non-existent, and Leap Slams is also pretty much non-existent. Yeah, no, I'd say it's a bit better. The problem is consuming the armor debuff is too much of a damage loss, in my opinion. I think you only do it every so often just to keep your armor buff up. And other than that, you don't want to be doing it, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Will best you!
I've nowhere to keep that. I've no more room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it comes down to A, just swapping to a two-handed weapon. I mean, I honestly don't really see a point to using shields.
The speed.
Yeah, unfortunate, but what are you gonna do?
We need to create.
Until they do something, well, that's a projectile skill. I mean, I don't know how much, but both these are popular. Dex, mana, increased damage with both skills, attack speed. That seems good. Oh, maybe it's not. So let's see. Now that I know we got the Recombinator, it does kind of change my opinion on a lot, not gonna lie.
Go on.
Because it does mean that like a lot of shit that you could otherwise ignore, you don't really want to ignore anymore. Just because it gives you a chance.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
I don't know how much 25 movement speed's going for anymore.
We need to create.
Probably not a lot, right? I don't know.
Come get me!
I can't yet.
Oh, he's all the way down there. Compare that to the last time I had to fight two rares, chat. I just want you to compare and why I'm shit talking this one-handed bullshit so much. Okay, yeah, bro, totally the same. Yeah, right. You're fucking right.
Yes.
Armor, life, strength, lightning resist, damage taken recruit as mana. Is this where I'm getting all my accuracy from? So curious, because yeah, I even had a damage critical bonus, but I'm not even using it. Oh, it's got Giga Life though. That's the big thing. Life and attributes. This one's good though. Shoot. Chances to like randomly roll something better. Can I still do my trick? Yes, it will always roll strength because it can only roll strength. Let me go get water. actually though, I'm wondering. Okay, so where is that buff duration? Increase skill effect duration. Skill effect duration. Does anyone know what that means? That's like buffs, right? That's like, regular player. 2 shots every white with their basic attack. PoE 1 players needs 7 hit combo to kill whites. What are PoE 1 players doing? Exactly. How are they so bad? You know what I don't understand, Silent? Anything that has a duration gets increased, not including ailments. So... Huh. Trying to think. I don't think I would have anything relevant, would I?
They'll be here.
I was hoping for this to roll higher.
Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Honestly, I think it's worth it to regal this. Maybe it wasn't. Silent, how are some,
We need to create.
like,
Fun with the work.
how are some PoE 1 players able to, like, actually play the game? Memes aside, how are some of them able to actually play the game? And then, like, others of them are constantly saying they need, like... At this point, I literally can't tell if it's a meme. Do they actually need 6-hit combos?
Just try it.
By the way, if anyone's wondering, what I do is I leap slam and then I block at the end of it, so it cancels the entire recovery frame. If anyone's wondering why I'm able to just chain leap slams into each other, you just right click and block. That's it. And it cancels all the recovery. You know, I was actually trying to walk past that.
Weakling.
I'd like it if they fleshed out this lore a little bit more. With the Breach Lords and all that. The demons as well. I feel like they kind of Dark Souls this shit, where they set up a pretty interesting base lore, and then they just move on to the next thing, and you're left sitting there trying to, like, be like, wait, what about that thing? That thing was kind of cool. And they're like, oh yeah, next season. And you're like, what?
Enough.
Yeah, it's funny. I literally took slow resist because I knew I would have to. So what is the, people did figure out an Earthquake build, right? Did they buff Earthquake, or are people just hard forcing it? How's Witch, by the way, Silent? Does it start falling off in maps, or are you still just sort of tanky as shit and obliterating everything? I can't tell if I should remove the bonus armor when I'm casting Rolling Slam, or just go with it for now. Well, it depends on bosses, I suppose. If bosses kill me, I need it. If they don't, keep rolling. Didn't they change a lot of the chaos nodes? I remember reading that. Uh-oh. So pile on. I'm wondering if pile on is worth using at this point. But these nodes are actually not bad, but they cost me 5 points. To be honest, I should probably actually get polished iron. I thought I think they changed spaghettification because it was like actually. Did they change this? Oh, I thought they did. Huh. I thought they did. That's weird. Honestly, if you're gonna lose a % of your life, I feel like this needs to be more. Even if it's 10% more, it needs to be more. It's kind of a problem. But I suppose there's literally nothing else you can take, huh?
I'm ready! Meat creature!
Okay, so how do I start getting to higher tiers now? Because, well, it's pretty clear I've cleared this tier.
Speak.
Oh, that's a good amount of life, though. Nah, you shit.
Greetings.
That's a good amount of strength. Strength and increased armor. Okay. And it inted.
Yes.
Because he's still... How do you know when he goes to like a higher tier? Because I noticed that they definitely... It's good HP roll, but everything else is, Boom, that's annoying. Are towers still, well, you know... Should I still just be using shit maps on towers? I know some of them's got bosses. I thought they were gonna add bosses in every tower. I was kind of like, yay. Oh wait, that's right. You need to add modifiers. Yeah, you have to actually do modifiers. 3 modifiers and you get a second tablet. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. Let's just do a tier 6, whatever. I'll do my ass one. They do more lightning damage and then penetrate lightning. It's not good. It's kind of rough on me. Yeah, but see, this is when you use loop slam normally. See that? But when you just sort of block at the end, yeah. I mean, it's not saving you 12 minutes, but it's like saving you a fraction of a second, which can be particularly impactful in the right situation.
Come get me!
And yeah, I think... Leap Slam might be better with Holy Descent. I don't know. It is such a huge stun modifier, though, that I kind of want to keep it as damaging as possible. Like, its stun modifier right now is insane. It's an 80% stun modifier. Like, Jesus. Yeah. Okay, so Rolling Slam is definitely at least better than Sunder. I haven't tried Mechabellum. A lot of people suggested it to me, but I just haven't. Kitty. 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 Thank you, Kitty. I kind of want to try Titan Warrior with this new Aftershock thing. Can you guys make sure we all see her? Yeah, well, if you didn't see Kitty, I mean, how would we know she exists? Is that right, Kitty? He's like, yes, I am perfect in every way. I have no flaw, none at all. Honestly, extra lives on maps alone is probably the biggest change of this game.
Meat creature! Feel my wrath! Come get me!
Yeah, I think if you want to go shield one-handed, you have to just focus entirely. Silent, do you think it's worth putting 3 points into more damage when people are armor broken? I'm just not sure. It's just 5%, because it increases it... What? No checkpoint, huh? Huh. Well, I suppose they do penetrate elemental resist and do bonus lightning, but goddamn. Here's the problem, though. Won't Titan, if you try to do a slam build on Titan, won't you still run into the issue where you can't really do Giant's Blood unless you find a reduced attribute cost weapon? Because you're gonna have to go hulking form, and then you obviously want the HP, or you're inting yourself for no reason, and then you probably want, you probably want the body armor, because memes aside, armor is quite good. Did I miss something? This map is pretty linear. Was that the node down there or something? Did I just walk past it? Huh. Yeah, did I walk past it somewhere? Am I being an idiot? What the fuck? Activate the precursor beacon. Did it seriously not spawn one for me? Am I blind? Oh my god, it's right here. Chat, no one said anything. You bastards. I trusted you and you lied to me. Everyone else other than PoE 1 players seems to be enjoying fast-paced action. Maybe it's because your build is bad? We need a regular difficulty and a PoE 1 player difficulty at game start. So now I can put 2 tablets in it. Okay, that actually... Okay, but the boss maps, still, they only had like 3 bosses. 2 bosses. What's even the point? And Irradiated is pretty shit. Expeditions aren't bad. I haven't been hating that. So I could add 5 bosses, or I could literally make every single map drop Expedition. Tell me why I wouldn't go with the Expedition. Every map now is an expedition. Not that one, or that one, or that one. I think that's literally it. I think I actually added an expedition to every single map. Okay. Monster damage and cast speed, but they get increased rarity. I'll go for it. Did the one time you'd want a checkpoint, I didn't get any checkpoints. Oh, that's not true. I actually use checkpoints. Not like super often, but infrequently. Wait, what's a green item? The fuck is a green item? Body armor. Minions gain 26% of the max life as energy shield. Minions revive 50% faster. Minions have chaos resist. Is that even good?
Yes.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Does anyone know if this is actually working, by the way, the stomping ground? I don't really see the effect, which is kind of annoying me. I could go ancestrally boosted on Leap Slam. Does it increase mana? Oh my god! Why does this have a 150% cost multiplier? Who does that? Okay, never mind. Foil item. Is it any good? Shocking leap. Support. Shocking leap. Am I reading this right? Shocking leap. They create shocked ground for 4 seconds when they critically hit. Is that good or is this memeing me to death? I'd really like to get this, but I have no way to ignite. Retaliate also looks pretty good, ironically. I kind of want to use it. I just wish I could see my stun bar so I could actually gauge whether or not this is a good idea or not. I don't know, it's a bit frustrating. Cause like I need to see like, is my stun bar going like up, 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 down, up, 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 down? Like, is it sitting in the middle or is it like, you know, is it, you know, I mean, I could go with break posture. Honestly, for Leap Slam, instead of Brink, let's just go with Holy Descent. God, the problem is I have too many good supports. I've run into an issue where I just have so many good supports, I don't know what to do. I kind of want to get Leap Slam. The problem is, these two supports, that's a 25% chance to Aftershock, and then the other one is like a 30% chance to Aftershock. That's a lot of damage modifiers that it's getting, you know what I mean? I feel like it's kind of hard. the unseen purple is the deadliest.
Foul beast!
Oh my god! You know, I guess I got used to being able to absorb a single one of those. You know, like in my mind I was like, oh yeah, I could eat one hit, surely. Well, I don't have much chaos resist. So your maps don't cleanse anymore, huh? You can die and then... That's good. Lots of good changes in the late game, I would say. Definitely a bit more fun. I'm really feeling the cannibalism nerf, though. I guess I don't want people full healing on every pack of enemies, but maybe then I shouldn't be getting one shot? Oh, I see. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Leap Slam's a pretty manly ability, at least. You just...
Just try it!
I should be looking, because there should be a white that will give me health regen. A white chest armor, I mean. I'd really like to remove the bonus armor from leap, or what do you call it? Spinning slam? Rolling slam? I'd really like to remove the bonus armor rune from it, the support I should say. But like, I feel like if I do, I'm gonna randomly die. So I'm not sure what to do. because I definitely feel it coming if I do that.
Wake!
Oh my god. Huh. Actually got in a position where I was locked.
No challenge!
Oh, the rare died too. Okay. Yeah, this is the late game I remember. You start just doing so much damage that you're literally starting to like forget how much damage you deal.
No chance!
Man, he was tanky. Did he forget to socket it? Because I know he did. Well, let's see. What could I possibly socket in here? High-end enemies have less HP than they did pre-patch. They nerfed level or skill level, so not everyone needed to stack max skill level, and also substantially reduced enemy HP. I'm playing warrior, and it literally feels like the exact same damage to me.
Hello.
Can I buy that new stuff here? Not the soul, the talisman, yeah. There was a talisman. Gain run board talisman. It's only 1-to-1? Oh, okay, yeah, I'll take it. Get 1 rage on melee hit. I was expecting a lot worse. Okay. Well, it eases off a lot of the lightning glut we have. What other things can we socket in here?
Hello there.
Because I very much need to get rid of and socket some of these things. Okay, boots. Well, we're probably not replacing these boots. Presence area of effect, that's shit. Cooldown recovery rate. Do I give a shit about cooldowns? Not really. Hits against you reduce critical damage bonus. Is that good? That actually is kind of good. Magnitude of bleeding. Curse. Okay, helmets. Increased area of effect. Minions have increased max life. Increased exposure. Obviously, you want the increased area effect. Wait, that's 1-to-1 too? Huh. Apparently, I have a misunderstanding of this game, chat.
How can I help?
I thought these would be valuable. Okay, so boots. Okay, body armors. Quality to all skills, increased rarity of items. Rabbit's probably the Rabbit's 1-to-1. Really? Are people finding this shit nonstop? Now, quality to all skills. This one's interesting, but I'm not sure it's good. I think the problem is they understat it because they are a bit worried that people will have like 6 sockets and some shit. And if it was like 5% quality on 6 sockets, it would break the game. But for normal people, this is pretty shit. They nerfed this into the fucking ground, and it's actually disgusting how bad they nerfed it. I don't believe that's a good idea. Reduce Silent, do you know how this stacks? If I have 15% in my skill nodes, does anyone know this stacks? So I have 15% and then another 10%. Is that 25%? Can I effectively go immune to slows if I just stack that up? Because I don't know if you noticed, melee gets slowed a lot. How is this 1-to-1? I guess Exalteds are just not dropping for anybody. Reduced.
Hello there.
There's none of these for weapons or armor. All of them are 1-to-1. Fair enough.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, I spent 2 things and got a pretty good...
Have you found more of what we seek?
Uh,
Yes. Time is not on our side.
Time is not on our side. But he will waste my time! I think what's his name is actually... Well, I mean, do I want more rares or do I want better waystones? Well, I mean, I kind of want to be doing higher tier shit at this point.
Of course.
I guess let's try to go to tier 7. Do you have any good maps at tier 7? Let's see, we got a Vol Foundry with Corrupted and all that. Monsters of 150%. Areas contain an additional essence. Okay. Okay, I feel like Holy Descent,
Come get me!
and this might shock you, I feel like it's supposed to be for Paladin. But like, aren't Paladins ranged, everybody said? Also, why did they added this early? Wait, that was a rare. Yeah, this feels about my damage from P-Patch, chat, and I only have a 400 DPS weapon. So, on top end, I could get 2.5 off that.
Let's see what happens.
I feel like Exalteds just need to drop more. I don't know why there's drop rate. I think they didn't want divs to be the currency, but now it's just annoying. I don't know a better way to put it. I don't think that was a good change.
Sure about that placement?
I think that was definitely...
Hope you unearth some ancient figurines.
I think that was definitely not their finest hour in development. At first, I thought they were about normal, but now I'm realizing even once you get gear, they never go up. Bam. Is why I spammed these things, by the way. If you're wondering why I spammed the excavations, I realized that I think their drops got buffed. And I was like, I mean, I thought it to myself, but I was like, yeah, this seems like a good idea to do this. You know why I have less armor, chat? I just realized it's because before I had the 1k armor shield. After all the modifiers, 1k armor, that alone would take me to like a lot.
Just try it.
That would take me to checks nodes a lot. There's still a chest. Oh, god damn it. Just making sure my item filter didn't fuck me, but we seem to be about good. Okay. Get in the bag. At the very least, crafting is going to be easier. As much as people want to make fun of it, I mean, being able to even get a 20% chance to at least put percent damage and flat damage onto an item.
Time is not on our side.
I mean, 35 lightning resist is worth. Lightning resist, spell damage, rarity. I think this is one of those situations where it's got some pretty good modifiers, so we push it up and we see if someone bites.
What can I do for you? They'll be here, waiting.
I should try my mercenary again. Maybe not now, but, you know, eventually.
Just try it.
Does a play to go for Hammer of Gods, I wonder?
We'll test you.
Instead of, Rolling Slam?
You were no worry.
Any good loot? Not really. I mean, I moved to a two-handed weapon. I just went ahead and bought one. One-handed in this game is so underpowered, it's offensive. I'm offended. Maybe I should try Hammer Gods in a stun build. But you don't really stun bosses that often.
Try it!
You know what I mean? Actually, what I really need, when I think about it, is rings that are actually good. Because I had rings that were good, I could farm breaches and upgrade them. So dual wielding typically gets outrageously strong nodes on the passive tree, from what I've seen, to try to compensate for it. But the thing is, in the previous games, there was no two-handed and shield. It literally didn't exist. In this game, there is two-handed shield. And even though it costs a lot to get into it and can be difficult, the problem is, it literally removes the only singular thing one-handed did good, which was the option to wear a shield. So, you know.
Face me!
Also, this game really does not like it when you face tank. Like, it really discourages you and balances against face tanking. But the way they did the Thorns build that I've seen is that they pushed it to just be a face tanking build. Because the Thorns supports don't scale on damage, they scale based on, well, Thorns damage. But the thing is, well, A, they're not very good. I mean, fundamentally, there's your problem, right? Yeah.
Speed.
I mean, if you look at dual wielding nodes, though, yeah, it's like all really good things like attack speed, movement speed, more attack speed. That's what they typically do, is the one-handed nodes get lots of attack speed, so that they try to scale later into the game. Now, how good does that do? I don't know. So let me look at Hammer of the Gods. Yeah, let's look at this. Hammer of the Gods. I'll be real, it just doesn't really seem that good. Yeah. Huh.
Greetings. Until next time.
I'm not really sure what to say, it just doesn't seem that good. Yeah, it used to be a little bit better. I mean, the big thing is they nerfed it into the ground because it's just for bleed builds.
Just try it.
Until they do something about bleed builds owning Hammer of the Gods.
A new purpose awaits you.
What? Oh my god. It's the only Bone Witch. And she's dead. I really, yeah. Drain tank builds will be axes, but suffice to say they nerfed cannibalism. You used to heal 4% per enemy killed, now it's 2%. That was probably fine, but the only way to drain tank right now is Berserk. Now maybe hypothetically there's a way to make that happen. Maybe dual wielding. Maybe dual wielding for giga attack speed plus the thorns on hit, but then you would need to be proccing thorns constantly.
Come get
Like you would get to the point where you'd never want to stun your enemies because you would need them constantly attacking you to keep giving you the thorns. If they let it stack up to like 10 times maybe, so you could like store a bunch of procs and then, yeah, maybe. Like the thorns on hit is the only on hit in this game I've seen so far. Everything else just scales up your weapon damage. That one actually scales up your on hit. Now maybe if you were dual wielding it, I'm thinking if you were dual wielding it and you had max attack speed, but that's the other thing. I don't think there's any dual wielding nodes here, right? Only one-handed. Yeah, I mean, does one-handed damage apply to dual wielding, or is dual wielding only dual wielding? How does that work? It's not really. This seems like one of those games which would arbitrarily say, well, no, it's not one-handed, it's dual wielding. Wait, there it is. That's the one I needed. Actually, wait, I would lose so much armor though. But I would get... Okay, I would lose a gajillion armor. But I would get 2.5 health regen. I feel like the 2.5 health regen's pretty good. How much armor would I lose? Not that much, but a little bit, yeah. Well, let's try to corrupt you. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. So this is, I can only wear white chests, but this is a new one that gives a passive 2.48% health regen. Then it gave, I corrupted it to 5% additional physical damage reduction. I don't think physical damage can actually break me then. Because 25, because... Yeah.
Just try it!
Alright, we were trying to get scavenge plating's quality up for more armor.
I need more time. No challenge!
Kind of wasting my time on these tanky fogs. Damn, they're too tanky. Yeah, it kind of rolled up pretty good. That was well, obviously pretty good. Well. Good. Honestly, if I was in charge of the EU servers, I would remove them. I'd make you guys play on West Coast America.
You there, local, come here.
Okay. Unless these penetrate fire resist. Good thing they never do fire damage. They might do cold damage.
Just try it!
They perhaps do cold damage. I might have miscalculated. Yeah, These guys definitely do cold damage. Yeah, I mean, if EU players can play on West Coast, though, they can play on anything. It'll be like a training session. Is that it? Oh, okay.
Come get me!
Okay. You can move the face cam to the left. Yeah. I'm reading something. Huh. Okay. It's reading. Age of Wonders did a patch. It's not that big. Just did a little bit. Okay, so Amethyst Ring. Ooh, I was hoping for better. Oh well. Let's see. Bin. Oh, that's right. They nerfed breach rings. It's funny. Gas resist, fire damage, dex, lightning resist. Who the freak would use this? What kind of madman? Spell damage, armor, mana, fire resist. Okay, it's one of those that just is not gonna be good because, like, what the shit? Honestly, it's like almost good, but it's not quite anything, I don't think.
On with the work.
Let's see, put the breach rings. What's that? Breach splinters in here. We don't have many though. That thing's just bad. It's never gonna be good. Why do I have so many goddamn rings? Strength lightning resist. I don't know. That's about a through oneer. Someone wants it, come take it. Let's see. It's another expedition logbook. I wonder if I should be doing those. Well, I can't even get to the boss, can I? Bad. Also bad. 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 And bad. Wow.
What can I do?
I could put 5 rings on, they'd all be bad.
Hail!
I'm here.
Hail! Finally, some hospitable terrain. This one will be just
In case of virtual placement range,
the touch list
chest
lower
markers,
down. Nowhere's quite like
quantity of
home.
artifacts.
The logbook greatly details the lands they saw.
I'm gonna do the Barren Atoll.
Finally, some hospitable terrain.
Are these even good? The expeditions, I mean? I don't think they're terribly good, are they? Let's see, runic monsters regenerate max life. Yeah, whatever. Let's see here. Go for you. 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 Oh, I can't get all 3 in there. Let's see. They have a chance to avoid damage. That one's like legitimately annoying. So I'm just not gonna do it. Except I didn't really hit any of them. Huh. Okay. Well, this will be boring.
Just try it!
Bam. Okay.
Fortune favors.
What level is this? 70? Huh. I need to get to higher tiers, but I don't know how to get to higher tiers. How do other people get to higher tiers? Are they just straight buying the maps? Huh. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Probably. Maybe I could do something better.
I need more time.
Maybe I change my Atlas map? Yeah, maybe.
Come here! Return to death!
I think the problem with the loot system and why loot needs to stay in the state it's in right now, and I know I've mentioned this before, the problem is that loot is really boring, and you can very, very, very easily find... You can very easily find basically the best gear in the game. And especially now with the recombobulator, I think the devs realized that, like, there's not really that much interesting shit you can do. And I think what they really need to do is add more... I think they need to add a higher tier item. So, like, you enter maps, you've got one kind of item, right? And then you level up, you level up, you level up, you keep getting some higher tier versions of it, etc., right? But I would say the biggest problem is that you reach that highest tier and you kind of cap out a bit early right now. Okay, fuck it, I don't know, we're gonna do an attribute modifier. Bam! Wow. Shit. Dang. Wait. I should just delete some of that shit in there. I was hoping to sell it early in this season before people had good items, but yeah, people get good items way too easy. And I think, I don't know what the devs can do about that. Like, what can they do about that? Literally, what can they do about that? Like, I'm not even trying to like literally, from a literal sense, what can they do about that? Because, like, if you luck out, you can end up with items that you just, like, basically never replace pretty early. And that's not what the devs want, and it's not what the players want, but I'm not sure what they can do about it. Okay, I have an idea. Oh my god, they totally re-ramped this stuff. Let's do this. So instead of pack size and more rares, we can increase rarity of waystones, quantity of items, and waystones have a chance to be a tier higher. Because the most important thing we have right now is we need to get to higher tiers. We're like sitting at tier 7, which is not doing me any good. Okay. So, the slow while I'm in the air is kind of funny looking. Wait, why are demons spawning as regular enemies?
Come.
Crumble!
Okay, so let's think here. We gotta go right to left. Okay. So, monsters hits inflict bleeding. And monsters poison. Whatever, no biggie. Let's do that. Then grab these as well. Monsters inflict extra cold damage. What if I don't want to die? Horribly. Fuck it, I'll try it for once. Monsters always crit, but I have defense for that, so I should be good. Yeah, I don't think we're doing the fuck me damage, so I don't know. EU servers are the worst thing so far. Chat, I think we can make it worse. I honestly think if we come together, we can make those EU servers even worse. Okay. Well, shit. Wait, if I die, I'm no longer hit by the temporal chains. Are you serious? That's kind of funny. That right there, by the way, is why I never give them damage. Literally doubling their damage. Bro, it's only useful if you're ranged. If you're melee, how do you deal with that shit?
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Conquer mental. No, armor, energy shield.
Break!
I'm wondering... I'm wondering a few things here, chat. I could get... Huh. Instead of the bonus armor... I'm wondering... I'm wondering if I can just turn it into a Giga Slam ability for maximum damage. I'm wondering. Because scavenge plating gives us more armor at higher quality. What? Huh. Okay. Bro got eliminated. Okay.
Cower!
I'm wondering... Okay, I'm just thinking about what else I can do in this build. Well, I should probably pick that up on the off chance. Well, that is good. Oh boy, if I could... Well, how much does physical damage reduction stack? Could I actually get to the point where I just sort of stop taking physical damage? Huh. Well, the thing is, it wouldn't have block. Although I could keep it in my crafting component. My layer, if you will. The interview is starting. Am I supposed to watch that?
Come get me! Meat creature!
The interview is starting. Now we can see if developers can stand up to video game bullies. Oh man. Okay, so let's see. That's not too bad. If we regale it. Oh, these are like not bad modifiers. It's just that they're not good. Well, I'd like it if they were bigger, I guess is what I'm saying. But, well, yeah. God, everything on this item is almost good, but it's such shit stats. Increased armor, innovation, life, cold, lightning. Okay, the cold and lightning, though.
For my research.
Those normies actually do need that shit, so maybe I offer that up for a little bit. Maybe someone will pick it up. Now that gives weapon shards, which are annoying to grab, normally. Okay, so we literally have...
Time is of the essence.
Bro, I'm trying to get some tier 7s to run. Devs are not giving me any help. Devs are anti-helping me. Okay, let's put this here because that's got some good stats on it. Okay, so Meyer. Meyer should be easy. Let's see. Temporal chains. Again. Boy, really? Okay, does like the game do anything other than fuck you over? Jesus Christ. Okay, but at least we have 79%. Dude, I need chaos resist so I can take those maps where the enemies do chaos damage. That's what I need. Chad, do you think I'd do my 4th ascension? Because he didn't want it. They do 35% of damage as extra lightning, but I have 79% lightning resist, so... Maybe I need to just go into that. Dedication to Kitava. Dude, what the fuck?
Just try it!
Huh.
Face me!
Oh wait, that's right. I just
You were no warrior.
so sometimes I forget what my build is. I have an idea. I'm pretty tanky and I have a shield, correct? And I don't really take any physical damage anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. So here's what I do, chat. Here's what we do. Let's go ahead and... Okay, let's grab a support gem. Let's remove the armor from Rolling Slam. It's like fine, but whatever. Okay, so get a Rolling Slam, remove the armor. I'm gonna get you Tremors. This might be dumb as fuck, or this might be the funniest shit ever.
Dodge this!
I mean, I think it's working.
Face me! No challenge!
Quick question. You know what? Fuck it, let's try it. Is it good? We're good. Okay, so I think the new support gem would actually work on Titan pretty well. Not gonna lie, Chad. My only question, in all honesty, I need to look up the exact wording of Supercharge Slam because I'm wondering how these two work together. Okay. Followed by aftershocks dealing damage in a larger area. Okay. %60 more damage with hits for each stage. Stage. How would this work, chat? Well, only one real way to figure it out, right? I mean, I'm not actually gonna do it because I can't. I don't even have the support for it. I'm just wondering. So what skills have a 15% chance to cause an aftershock for each? Have a 15% increased chance to cause aftershocks. But does this only work if you already have a chance, or does it add on? That's what I'm wondering. The exact wording. No, okay, it doesn't. Fair enough. So it's basically just a support for tremors. It's there if... Okay, so basically what you do is if you have Split the Earth, Mace Aftershock chance, and then you also have the Titan Aftershock chance, and then you also go into Tremors, then you get Giga Aftershocks. That's about it. Let me get back. He's just a little cat loaf. Hi, cat loaf. Yeah, hi, cat loaf. At the very least, I mean, it works for what we're trying to make it do, right? Which is, we're just trying to get the most damage.
Just try it! Fear will best you!
Bam! 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 So I mean, the big thing is, so basically all these chances, it's giving nearly 2.5 modifier to. So I actually have a 25% chance for 3. A lot. Basically, with that support on, you just want to be stacking as many aftershock supports as you can. I think that's the best way to put it. Well, that's fun. I enjoy myself doing that. What do you do? Parrying applies 10 stacks of critical weakness. Oh, we actually want to grab that. I'm thinking. Because I can take that physical damage and try to recombobulate that. Yeah, that's basically the make Titan aftershock good. I kind of want to play Titan Slam, but I also kind of think that this class... You know, I'm gonna go back to my old build, aren't I? I'm trying to think, and like, there's nothing I can do to avoid going back to my old build. Being able to ditch this side entirely is pretty useful. Problem is, I don't really see a way around it. Oh, I didn't even see this node. Wait, well, this one could actually be interesting. Increase valor gained, increase valor gain. So it's 1 per second. But, huh. You get 1% valor per second, but their strength dex. They're clearly made for axes to just run up. Yeah. There's not really anything I can do. If you got all the valor boosts, I think that's the thing. If you got all the valor boosts, you could get some stupid shit.
Come get me! Feel my wrath!
I don't know. War banners just aren't there because, well, truth be told, they're just still not that fun. That's kind of their biggest flaw. They were fun, it'd be different, but, well... I was looking at videos of crazy modifiers to steal. Let's get the... Why isn't Orb of Alchemy more expensive? Do the devs consider Orbs of Alchemy to be better? Well, I mean, clearly they do. Odd.
You were no warrior.
Okay, so the funny thing is, the enemies are dying as they spawn in, so no one's actually able to attack me. Which is kind of funny. Yoink. Map complete. Work complete. Okay. Damn. Again. Bro, where is my block? Actually, I'm gonna keep that one around. Okay, movement speed. I'm gonna keep that one around as well.
I'll be here.
And then let's slap you over here. Let's slap you over here.
Those primitive altars. And I'll make a deal. Quicken your pace.
Okay, so she's the one who starts giving us, like, unabating. I'd really like to keep it because it makes me tanky, but I just, well, damage. Scavenge plating is now at 20%. So Rolling Slam's quality is complete dog shit. Builds days build, causes days build up equal to 50%. That's just... I think Overwhelming Aura is probably the next best. It's used in basically every build. It is no downside.
Hello.
You know what? If I chuck this up for like 1, someone might want the movement speed. Probably not, but you never know.
What can I do for you?
And once again, I'm out of maps. Why am I out of maps?
What can I do for you?
What do the devs want me to do to maintain my maps?
Yes.
This does work. Okay. We lose some max fire resist, but we get some chaos mitigation. I'm wondering how much a shield with block. Really, all I need is block and some fire resist. How much do you have? 30? Damn it, I just need the fire resist. All I need is a fire resist. Because I could bleed out that lightning resist, which I don't need anyway. Let's see, I got stun threshold, life. Okay, this one's way better. I have 10 exalted, right? Surely I do. Okay. Yeah, I found one with even more physical reduction, which suddenly became hyper optimal. Even 4% kind of became hyper optimal once this one rolled 5%. That's kind of nuts. So if I get a higher base block chance and then I get more physical reduction, I should basically be able to stand in front of enemies and win. Should. Please don't tell me I'm in the hardcore league. Nope. You gonna sell, buddy, or what are you doing? Are you still selling?
Go on.
Well, I got no more nodes to buy. Huh. So, didn't I redo my Atlas passive?
On.
Yeah. A higher tier and more rarity. And I still can't find shit. Why are waystones like the hardest motherfuckers? Right, kitty? Right, kitty? I guess let's just do another boss map. Oh boy, extra damage is chaos. Well, let's see if we don't die. We might not die. We might die. We might not die though.
Come get me! Steel yourself!
Wait. Deja vu. I have been in this map before. Well, I suppose last time I was in this map I was slow to shit. That's just funny to me, chat. I amuse myself with it. By God, they say, he set up an impenetrable wall of explosions. Ow, shit. Didn't I get... Does a rage on hit? You know what? Now what I'm wondering is if the thorns damage procs on every hit as well.
Steel yourself!
Fortune favors me.
The Virgin using multiple abilities. The Chad just keep rolling.
Dodge this!
Okay. bum, bum, bum. Chat, do you like the sound effects yet? Honestly, it's so crunchy, right? The sound effect? Isn't it so crunchy? I mean, it's obviously faster to do this, but you know what, chat? It's funny to me.
Come get me!
Okay. Can I get a checkpoint that takes me to that boss? Because I have no idea where to enter it. It's probably from the south, right? Her again. Oh man.
Go on. What can I do? Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Remember, chat, if you're having fun, no, you're not, apparently. Okay, I use literally all my maps, and I'm actually out.
You need to create the
I'm not, like, being greedy, I don't think. Am I being greedy?
Speak.
I went full waystones, I used everything. Alright. They did the thing. Let's watch the interview.
Me up to 160.
Okay.
Try talking.
Can you? How's it sound now? Does that sound alright?
And how does this sound? This is Mark again.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
We might be able to get it turned up on our end.
Well, I think now is good. I'm gonna try to get a.
Okay.
Ooh, but I have echo when I speak. I think. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll just get our audio guy to.
His voice is kind of annoying, I won't lie. How?
Yeah.
What? Are you serious?
All right. Can you try again now?
All right. Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I don't think I have echo anymore. How?
Okay.
What's? How? I'm still louder than them. Yeah. Maybe turn yourselves up a little bit.
Okay. Hey, Jen, are you able to get the? Sweet.
Dude, I like how they use two of the least picked classes to be the face
How's that, chat?
of the Dawn of the Hunt. It should be Smith and Lich. Smith and Lich, dude.
How is this?
You going to sleep deep? Are you serious?
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
All right.
Alright.
Try now.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay?
Okay, I'm rapidly realizing I do not want to sit here and watch
Okay,
all of this.
everything's good. And my comparative audio to them is good.
Like I'll
cool.
listen along, but I'm
Everyone's
gonna
saying good. I just
play.
hope my OBS doesn't crash during this. Like I've had some like OBS issues lately.
Okay.
So hopefully not. But yeah, I'm ready to start. I'll do just like a quick intro and then we go. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of JGG, and yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah. No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Some builds
You
that
too
are
sh-
feeling okay,
Oh!
stronger, but
How are you this
I'm
bad?
asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
There. What?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the what is the pace of the game supposed to be?
Bro,
And
pace of
I
the
honestly find
game?
it hard to answer that because of the way that there isn't really a an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy.
Dude, do a different build if you don't like your build. Why is that so hard for people? I don't know, man.
You get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And you have to have that progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So it really comes down to okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, well, what build is it? And then we'll be
Like, you really think I feel weaker than I was at Game
just have to go
Start?
through these things one at a time.
It's crazy to
The
me.
problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of
What?
archetypes, and that it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's almost like the
Are you?
reverse there.
Are they?
And
Okay, are they
think
honest to
there's,
God retarded?
What amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run?
Bro, what do you mean you feel weak with every build? You can do anything. I truly believe they're stupid.
On the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. The number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, doing that, I might only do that that full run 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Much more often I'm either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But as I said, I don't know that the time. The thing is, the presupposition with this question is that that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So that's why when we're okay, people are saying we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's well, what amount of I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. Is the game good fun to play?
Why is this a wrong
So that
answer?
I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts
This
us
is
a little bit-
entirely the right
when it
answer.
comes to communication.
How are people not understanding? He's
will have
literally
their
said
opinion about
repeatedly, we want you to
game
play
is
and
fun.
enjoy the
And they might be
campaign.
right or they might not be right or whatever.
And
But at the
now-
end of the day, what we're looking at is just okay,
People can't
you're
get
obviously
that?
having a bad time. We want to fix that. So we're going to look at so what we'll do is we'll be okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good. We'll look at Act 3. We'll look at the reasons why it might be bad. We'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. It's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're okay, you know, like this is, you know, this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or then the area doesn't you know, like the area despawns and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do, and so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess a follow-up to that was, I, among with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right?
What?
The last
Why?
I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here.
No shit, because the second half of the campaign.
The thing I would say about that...
I would like to finish.
Sure.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are
Why?
wondering if
They said it! Do they just not pay attention?
Yeah,
So we should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
No!
Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like
I feel like
as I said, like the
PoE 1 players
thing we did
literally are
the first
ignoring
thing,
them.
What the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And, like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the well, no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get the, you know, like your items and stuff like that. Like just the really trivial, easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Like,
so
speaking bluntly,
yeah,
right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both. Both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck ups.
Yes, those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit to.
Yeah, bro, I feel so weak right now.
We have a bit.
Oh
of
man,
and
I
look,
barely
a lot
can
of it
play
is
the
just
game.
it's a little
I'm
bit
like
like
not even
it's
paying
a sort of
attention. Is the
amount, but
funny
we like
thing.
firing from the hip a lot here. And the stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now, I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare, and then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it, but it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well,
how do you deal with Path of Exile 1 players being out of touch with reality?
I don't like.
That's an actual question.
Anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left, and I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking...
Hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that, so this is an example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we are weaker now, right? A lot of skills.
But if you're saying that's bad, I mean that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right?
No, you don't have. What combo am I doing right now? I'm holding my Q.
Way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like
Bro!
the main problem, right?
How fucking stupid!
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot, if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like they don't, like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time, when people like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like, when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning
I mean,
there.
to get more specific, like I have someone right now literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast. Right. They're doing it literally as we speak, and my intention after this is to go through it. And so like, I mean, a good example is like the Canopy, right? Yeah, Canopy, sure. The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight confined space, and it's just, you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, yeah, you just get absolutely swarmed. And yeah.
I guess I'm a little...
But just to continue with that though, I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like,
how do you tell the player base they're wrong? Honestly, I have huge respect for this dude now. I'm kind of realizing why he has his job. After the last time he looked like an idiot. Holy fuck, who could deal with this community?
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs.
No, it's fucking not.
I don't think that
I'm so annoyed.
Monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
My game to be super easy. Why you make hard?
Is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But I would, as I said,
Jonathan deserves 7 raises for dealing with this whitey ass community.
It really isn't that great. In PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like, I don't know how many years ago it was, like, what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like, we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player, and at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time, it just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So, like, you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations. Like,
but he's totally right.
It shouldn't be that it's it's just that, like, you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that
I don't understand why Ziz is so stubborn and stupid. He literally can't admit. Yeah.
Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into, is just that it's okay if everything okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like in PoE 1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player, because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold...
He's entirely correct.
...is like way tighter in PoE 2. And so
he's entirely correct.
...and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that
I'm losing my shit how correct he is.
That will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day.
He's like absolutely 100% correct.
Situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or having any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things, is like if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term.
Yes,
So that's kind
yes.
of like, and like so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just gonna like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like, maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like, if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it, and that's fine. Like, we will get to the point where that is fun. But we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, you know, like, ideally for everyone, right? Like, it should be the case that is balanceable.
I don't have a better way to put
It's
it.
just a lot harder in PoE2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips. Of
Bro, why? Why only bosses? What fucking game works like that?
Maybe not having
Literally.
like, oh my
Could you
God,
name
I'm like,
any game that has bosses and normal enemies and bosses are the only challenge?
On the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received, I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that. Because
Go, you guys don't like anything, so what does it really matter?
Faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm a like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the
again,
gate. Like
Against the zombies?
second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant where I
Bro,
don't feel
it's
I'm
like
getting that,
3
like,
packs of
gameplay
wolves.
style.
Won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making
Like, won't
monsters
that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't we that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because
Yes!
it's engaging immediately, like, what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is, like, it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like, a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it.
Yes!
Like, for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home. And
Yes!
and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like,
Holy
if
fuck!
they made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that isn't helping anyone, right? Like, I need to keep playing the game every night to enjoy myself. It's like, if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like, how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like, it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you, like, if
Holy shit!
get to the point of having, like, everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like, why am I even playing this anymore? So
Yes!
there has to be, like,
Yes!
some level of challenge. Now,
There's just a lot. I just think again, thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like, for example,
Holy
I know
shit!
I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters. You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the
the
reservation.
Faradin have a problem.
And then you get
there's the
so
Titan Valley
I've
as
seen
well.
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like,
right.
so that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what how much we would need to change.
It's
things.
just so weird that after the last time they got blown out, and this time
That's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extremes.
they are
and
just
I think there are like
what?
2 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Exile, you've got Canopy, we're going to start, those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled
Bro,
with annoying...
I feel so hurt by these devs right now. Holy
You've got
shit.
heaps of this. We start there, we keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can, and it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you thing, which is they're playing PoE 1, I think,
Yeah.
which I thought was a
Yeah.
funny comparison.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like, for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is...
Did I get
like,
a
there's too many
single
of them,
waystone
and
again?
A lot of the cases, it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So
Yes, that's
really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why, again, why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice,
Yo.
here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge, and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people.
Why don't they just stop being
That's
shitty?
bad for, I mean, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So
That
we
was
can
the
start
stream,
there
not
for
me.
sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like
Shut the fuck up, John. Holy shit. He just won this argument, and now you're making...
that,
Okay.
then I think that you wouldn't even like. Once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of like.
He's so
You would
stupid.
immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial, and like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem.
He like says it, but like the other dude just dunks so hard. Just drop the mic and
If there
move
are parts
on.
that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
There's another
the
thing you...
I was just gonna say, I think
Sorry.
there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there. Is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, all sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now.
No, it's not.
It feels like
What combo did I just do?
Incentivizing like 1-button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster.
Yes.
Like,
Bro, how stupid are they?
Combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about
Where was I going?
the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
Monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And like we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we be willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be the bosses are
Holy shit. I love this guy.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is I know this is like way further away, but like, again, we're talking about changing up. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, you know, not wanting to...
Something a lot of people don't
To
understand.
the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's
Once
an
you get
argument for
good at the
these
game,
things.
you'll go on
I agree with
autopilot.
that. It is like-
People do no-hit Dark
it
Souls
is
runs.
kinda getting
Whole
towards that,
Souls,
and
they
that
literally
contributes
do
to
the
what
entire
stuff,
series
but I wouldn't
no-hit.
personally argue that
So
every
like
zone
once you
is.
get good at the game, if you're sitting here playing the game forever, you will just sit here and just go bam, bam, bam. Like you think I'm really thinking about my combo right now, chat? Do you think I'm like really like mentally aware of what I'm doing?
I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to. I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure. And we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds where like with maces it's like
Bro,
you get
he
40%
changed-
increased damage but 5%.
This ran away from the topic. Riz got beaten and ran.
Others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit.
Holy
of
shit, I've never seen someone completely drop a topic like that. He just sprinted away.
But yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too.
I've never seen someone run away from a topic as quickly as this.
And we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree, but I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times, so it'll find its sweet spot for sure, and it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking keys.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I said notables can be felt. And
okay, Mark should probably be lead, and John should stop talking.
It's got the downside.
Holy shit!
You're gonna really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
And so,
good.
like,
I think it's the frequency of them
finding,
in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that. But it's like
Ziz ran in expecting
having that feeling of like I really felt that
to slam dunk them, got dunked himself and
that is
ran
a thing that you do get,
fuck away.
and that you know
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that
Oh man.
the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just
What am I doing
saturated
here?
into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like, you know, the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot. But especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is.
He's entirely correct on everything he just said, which is kind of wild. I have no complaints about anything he just said. And you guys know me, I'm a hater.
Some do, some don't, but
Big hater.
we're trying new things there, so
Yeah.
bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question.
Bro,
I wanna
pivot.
talk a little
He
bit about the
ran!
fact that,
He
you haven't really done,
sprinted!
like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that
That's a
something
good
you
question,
maybe
though, in all
revisit
honesty.
with
That is a
something
very
like
good
every 2
question.
weeks, especially with like a warning period, like.
Yes, warning. No, Ziz is actually totally correct in this one. No, Ziz is correct. You're wrong. You're wrong. No, you're wrong. You're actually just wrong.
no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like, it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like a probably possible.
Nah, this is right.
That we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of the league.
Which we're
we just
doing.
can't do, which we're doing now. Right?
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
Yeah.
Which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath, because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes, we're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now we can start on all of the actual like like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle, and we started with the bringing outliers down, and then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do, but like by that point it's kind of too late.
I hope they don't
like,
overbuff, but I do at the very least trust something from them.
Like literally up until the last minute we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going, right, let's start buffing, let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going.
Wait, it's right there.
The first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. Like, what are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and we're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
2 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a funny
that's
thing
what I wanted.
because okay, like so, like it's one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted, that things we're working on post, was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about, and then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff, and like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff, and like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on, we've literally had like that was one work day. You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like
which we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more specific about that, but yes.
I mean, the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like, I'm like, okay, we're going to look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like,
the community
like,
just
literally a thing we already
spurred
noticed was bad.
the
And it's like,
fuck
it's not like
out
hurting anyone
and
to add some
raged
more.
at Jonathan
It's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just
personally
gonna solve the whole thing by adding
for
checkpoints
an
is, like,
entire
ridiculous. Like,
weekend.
obviously, that wasn't the case. It was just like,
Understandable.
here's just
He's
the
a
thing
bit
that I can just
upset.
tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like, then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas.
No, I feel for him. He
know,
did
what needs to be
like the
done.
community just like
so
spurred on him,
I want
dude.
to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted, you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
a big thing that's missing.
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that, and at least so far we don't have that many alternatives for that, and our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver, so even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
That's why he makes the zone smaller. They said that.
Issue like Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the
Can
extent
Mark do all the
that
talking?
isn't the case,
I don't know.
that's why,
Even when
like,
Jonathan's right, he
that's
sounds
why we're
wrong.
looking at
I don't know a better way to
make the
phrase
zone
it.
Smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, you know, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts, so and they are very large, even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement.
Yes, they're making them smaller,
so, like,
bro.
Even like Matland waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower. But I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer. It is just a lot of these zones are very long.
Like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there's not an easy like it's not like okay, like other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list, because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people, but like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular.
So, is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be
No! Fuck off, dude! Literally, what is wrong with you mentally?
Like,
stop! Just stop!
We've discussed some things in that area, like before.
Why? Why does he want to just sprint through the zones at max speed? I don't get it. Why is he like? He's like a 2-year-old. They're like, no, you can't have candy. He's like, we want candy. They're like, no, bro, you can't do it.
Speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, they're always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't gonna like break that as well.
Jesus.
So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like, you know, running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low-level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
But is there like the question I was okay? So is for damage. the
Jonathan,
current
please.
situation is
please.
not bad right now, right?
It's
Like,
not
for
as
damage.
bad. It's not as bad.
it's
Again,
that
you
bad.
can kill stuff
It's
fast.
it's the movement speed specifically that we're.
And the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like, in the same way. Like, there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like, if I'm doing, like, a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
But you don't
at least...
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this, and I would prefer that that wasn't the solution, because then you end up with a kind of, like, pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on. Like, there's going to be a better way to improve that without having the ability
As
as a
said,
solution.
we have some things on the cards.
Yeah.
We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they work, why they are good, and we convince
Bro,
ourselves.
Mark is trying to save this so hard.
Or they're bad.
Jonathan's having a bad day, and it's fine, but
Why
like,
it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be, because yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
with that.
have a full buff UI rework going.
God, every time Jonathan says anything, Mark's like, actually.
You know, so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah,
But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the whole.
If people like
They
it,
can go behind the boss's life bars and
Yeah.
all that problem. And hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE 1, because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE 1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength, dex, int. You can get leech. You can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very
That's actually a
easy
good
access
point.
to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE 1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here, but
They're
we
not.
don't really get enough sockets early on, we don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like
What?
I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough
I
drops.
don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like,
Mark's about to say something and get him to shut up. I promise you, watch.
80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people are feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I would love to.
The intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant, like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is a lot
really it's just to
stronger.
make.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the power, but like I mean that's a different question.
Come on, John.
Like if you're talking about fixing problems.
Wait for Mark. Mark's gonna say it. He's gonna do it, chat. Just wait for it.
Mods, and like what those should be.
Which aren't
but-
necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be.
Oh, wow.
Getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. Just as a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here as far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like,
Okay.
I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people?
quite. It might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers.
I think that was actually the worst thing Jonathan could have said straight up.
The game to minimize
Actually.
the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we added those quite late. We didn't
yeah.
end up putting them in
It's
any.
true. So that's something that we could definitely do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that casters don't have their weapon crafting bench,
and we do need to.
and
We
so
do
we
need.
want to
We
add
do need to
sockets to
fix.
caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificer's orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing that the PoE1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificer's orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade,
Maybe.
you're able to add a socket to
No.
it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will. Yeah.
You think Mark's gonna actually just straight yell at Jonathan after
Caster
this?
weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly 2 things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is, then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like, even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also.
Oh, no, you go on.
It's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front-facing, because that passive tree stuff, in PoE1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's 2 problems going on there in the PoE1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know there's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, like, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like, suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are, like, very...
It's good, but, like,
your face and are, like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
Well, that was a waste.
A lot of that can be solved through quests though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow.
Well,
Yeah?
It.
John,
I mean, surely-
John, don't say anything dumb. John, shut the fuck up, John.
Then
John,
ideally,
John.
We're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on
God
what the problem
damn
is.
it.
But we do need to make sure that people have got enough artificers orbs to make sure they can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No,
And-
you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where just knowing this doubles your DPS, then like that means that the way it means that the balance has to be surely monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like, I don't think that can be something that we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore, we have to just be a little bit careful about.
I understand what he's saying.
There's a fine line there for sure,
Right.
but yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogham Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that earlier or having more of them. Again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like some of those the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get, and so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't. That's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later up gear, or is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that, just as a side note, is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I was in Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day, I hadn't looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in Warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So what's the
and Warrior bottom right
not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the items. But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. There might
100%.
be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
We'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards,
Right.
for sure.
God
I
damn
certainly
it.
have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because we did make a lot.
The way he said it, he's like, okay, I'm gonna go spank Jonathan after this one.
Aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are way too low as well, right? That's certainly, because if you think of the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench in PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. So
Well, the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resistance than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well.
They clearly are.
The expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts.
Yeah, no, that's true. Did you see me with the 75% resist? I don't take any damage from bosses.
You have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we've had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. What people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that
Oh man, I feel bad for
problem,
Jonathan. He's
you
like,
probably have that problem immediately where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now, what am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard but doesn't solve it in another regard, and it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy to, it is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just the? But like, okay, this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think.
Man.
Like.
No, Jonathan's right.
There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well,
like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So
yes,
if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure.
He's entirely right.
If you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then?
But
when
that's
do you
important
think
though, because
the player...
one of the things that PoE 2 is
you might be an idiot
is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just
get everything
gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the like we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't.
He's entirely right. How could you not understand this?
Player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire res, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of their majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1. And then find 0 in Act 2 and 3, so it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen, because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that.
Holy shit, that's
exist.
good.
And so over time,
Oh,
the
guess
amount
for
of
mana.
loot you get increases through the game, just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due
Right.
to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it'll just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is as far as I understand.
Several
Thankfully,
times I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's
Right.
actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be, we should never. We're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing.
Bro told him, shut the fuck up, we'll look into it. Dude, he's such a Karen. Holy fuck. I realize Ziz is Karen. He's just a giga Karen.
People feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I don't. Once again, I just.
What do you
don't
mean,
understand
why?
What can be the responsible for that?
What?
Because
Why?
like, you know,
What? Huh?
it's like.
What?
I wouldn't
RNG?
say that. I wouldn't say that every time I want to.
Bro,
set
Mark
something
looks like he's about to
I would say
slap a
that I'm using
motherfucker.
Results, like all through the campaign, I'm using regals all through the campaign.
Mark literally looks like he's about to slap him. I swear to God.
Up from whites to
Holy shit.
continuously as you're going through. So like, there's something odd about that I need to understand.
yeah, I mean, even like I would say myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely.
Guys, look at Mark.
not the
He's
only
literally biting his lip.
campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
He looks like he's...
I
Oh my
think
God.
Through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too. right?
Mark literally looks like he's about to slap him.
Because
I don't...
crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but
He was
find that
literally
I
biting his lip earlier. He was
benefit
sitting here
more
going...
from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're-
blue, looking for one stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable. So
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure,
that is
I've
the
tried
case.
both.
Right.
John, shut up. Oh my God,
I
John.
can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if you're, if you know, like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting. Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but
Oh,
Right.
you know,
John,
that
please.
does explain that particular
Please, John.
particular one currency item.
Please, John.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like yeah, it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares.
Yeah.
in that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some.
Please, Mark, save it.
About
Save
what
it,
this
Mark.
Actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know. There's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess.
No
of course,
shit,
that can
Mark.
happen. And again, that it might just be that.
Oh, man.
I know you've probably played more than
I'm
most,
embarrassed.
so arguably you should have the you should have the the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just
Yeah.
do so probably even today and figure out what's
Awesome.
going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
The next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus they have 2, and at 81 they get 3. I
mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, effectively, ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So, like, we need...
Freezes, but
we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before, you got frozen, like, 3 times the whole campaign. It kind of...
With all the gods dead, I suppose.
It was a bit silly.
Do note we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that, just to clear
It was
that
only
up.
It was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you, and that is just something that we were like, we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like, those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it, and those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like, 1 is not what you should be running. Like, 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like, you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like, like that wasn't even, like, even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like, only frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part that you actually notice. The stun thing is separate, it's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if they did do a lot of damage, that would be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like, it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a bit of a different. It's a bit of a different game,
right?
Like,
but
when you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything involved.
Sure. But you know, it needs to. It doesn't.
I think the problem is Jonathan's trying to tell Ziz he can't just make the game super easy, but that's what he needs to tell him, and so he's being super awkward because he has to be like.
I think the implicit will be tied to item level at all, so it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or a path on the tree.
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like, that is one way. I mean, there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is, like, charm. There's a level of, like, reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like their base value, there's also just, like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely, like, nonsense. Like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So
yeah. In PoE 1 we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like, the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that, like, the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which, like, kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we, like, prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE 2 the notables are very interesting. Like, it's something that, like, I think that is notably good. So
more work to do there, though,
but there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have, like, really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE 1, so like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's
at
also
all,
just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people,
Right.
and so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like,
Right.
oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about, and that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big
that's
argument
true.
to me, but there are, you know, there's intermediary grounds there as well, but yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't know.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something
That is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones have.
It's also
is
just in,
always true.
as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you
Well,
get
it's
it
hard
when
to
you get the
identify
notable.
that it's hard to identify that in the moment because like you don't notice the lack of something, like, you don't notice the lack of something, of what something could have been in the same way that you notice, you know, like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like, it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE 1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like,
Yeah.
The good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So,
That's good.
well,
Well,
which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah.
Why am I
and
so
again, Thank
slow?
you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think, like, if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that.
Guess different people have
seems
different
so
opinions
much
on that.
easier, always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all and like. But it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I agree
That
with
is
that.
mostly the case.
But then, shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point
There's a
one,
thing down here.
other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit. And there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard.
I guess not.
So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, And since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses. Whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
no, but what I'm getting towards is that if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah.
And what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like, it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of.
I think it would be a good thing.
Like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, and I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So, when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for, you're maybe getting the boss to 30%, you're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight, I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition based gameplay context, which is not what we have. So like, it kind of means that like the boss doing abilities to be able to the boss trying to win is, or like, and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So like, you know, it's so what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots.
No, he's right. No, this is right.
Viper,
you will run out of
example, right?
Yeah, you'll run out of health potions.
Like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the flask, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
John's actually totally wrong.
To the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like, attrition via flask is what we have. What I'm saying though there. Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, the classes do give you the attrition.
Campaign is quite attrition.
Oh wow!
It's just that
way,
the
ways.
kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at endgame, where like it can be very It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all.
Okay, that was I like
Okay,
Jonathan.
If you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which it happens in the game and PoE1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, you know, stand in the elder donuts and the, you know, the dances and the like move into the lanes and the, you know, bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be, which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't, and then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, you know, 20% of investment the way there.
Well, I think a lot of people do
one
know
shot by them, so you just hold down, you know, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal, okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, this is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but just like, I'm just curious, do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that, but I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense it's
bad. It's a problem.
Not allowing you to mitigate it. It's like so different from the.
The
corridor
problem
skill,
is
that's
there's
just like,
only
you're
a
not
couple
investing in
defensive
defense
nodes
enough to
in
give
the
you enough
entire
defensive
game
things
which
in
are
general
good.
against the
There's
bosses,
Blade
which
Catcher.
maybe isn't the case. It might be that. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And, like, don't get me wrong. There's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past. There's nothing more demoralizing than
This one?
putting, you know,
Self-mortification? Didn't that get giga nerfed though?
Deleted.
So maybe not even self-mortification anymore.
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move. Like, that's also
especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, you know, like, surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
Yeah.
No,
You know?
I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing. And so, like, the amount of incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like, well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if, right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So
No, Jonathan's right.
Like,
he's like wrong, but he's right.
But
he's wrong, but he's right.
It is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So, like, you know, the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't have a fucking map?
Stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just
Bro,
even
what?
more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage.
Yeah,
there are problems here. 100%.
I'm getting memed.
I'm just thinking
Holy
of
shit.
things that
well, yeah, I
also
have
help
other
mitigate it.
questions about
Is my
defense
loot
as
filter
well.
filtering it out, maybe?
So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE 1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So, I are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
No, it's not.
Well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster
just
Armor
literally-
No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like, it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Yeah.
We've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long-term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor
Oh,
too.
I
is
see what
that-
you're saying. Sorry. Misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to change-
be able to immediately say that.
In order
really.
to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right.
Bro, you've had 15
Like, I
years.
don't think we've fully understood the
We
issue
did a
there.
few things. Like
16
we,
years.
there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was there were too many skills converting too much into element, and I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like, it obviously makes the armor more
Thank you,
effective
Snagler.
against those abilities, and like, there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
But that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
obviously the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's, you've got to be careful with that. But look, maybe
Because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90.
I'm gonna get
for
killed
a long
here.
time, I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
Which
cloak
means,
of-
yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like, my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding, but like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We have it all. We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing
We have it, he says.
a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see
I'm
chaos
lagging.
damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early?
I'm lagging. Anyone see me lagging? I'm
What
lagging.
makes Viper so scary is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah.
You won't get away with this.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern, because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay. But in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern. I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium
the
core
chaos-
concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
But
Oh,
no,
sure,
you'll
but
never
I mean,
get
the
stuck
damage-
there.
Like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well, Viper's hard.
it is hard. It is a hard fight.
I think she's
That's
the
just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play, because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so therefore.
What does she do that's chaos? Obviously, the big purple meteor storm that
Yeah.
I want to make some changes to, because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness problem. And then
the
how many
spare
of the
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is, aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So
So
all of her
just-
green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos,
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it
Yeah.
is chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the.
Yeah, I know that. I actually know that.
Mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
So yeah.
So, yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem, because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, a bit of a mess.
It is hard to
Um,
dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which,
No.
yes, your other defenses would.
Poison damage
particular
isn't
invasion would
pre-mitigation.
negate.
Wait, do they not know that?
But yes, I do.
Why do you think I have
Case,
so
by
much
the way, that
easier
if
time
like,
doing
the-
Viper
any
on
snake
Warrior?
spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion character. Like that poison
but
feels
that-
lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is
Yeah,
never chaos damage,
Yeah.
just to be
Okay.
clear.
I-
Which in Peri 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah, no, I
Interesting.
did not know that. I fully thought the spears from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. So it's very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. I wanted to ask you a little
She
bit
is
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of. Well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword,
they- yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking
yellow
of.
beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation, really. It's more just like we just need to look at places that are, like, just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like, maybe the ant lions
Yeah, and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
That's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
still happens sometimes.
It
Like,
seems
there's
to
something-
just break every.
I don't
week.
think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places.
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix. Cause
Yeah,
which
sure.
is
There's also that.
annoying.
Yeah, I'm kind of
yeah.
getting desync. What is
Is
this?
pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No. It will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like, there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like,
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like, yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things-
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respec and lowering respec costs and stuff, and I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody's like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which could be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
Okay, this desyncing is.
Maybe not. Oh, I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not.
I mean, yeah.
Concern, really.
I literally just
I guess it
did.
depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah. But even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early So I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I
respec.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really. Like,
What the?
I was like probably about 6 months ago. I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors and here's how much, and there's probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, then I'm not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, you know, like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your res and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly.
Well, sure, but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like, look, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the you know, how big those changes are.
I always disenchant everything too, and I have enough gold, so actually what he says makes sense to me. Actually,
there are
if people
certainly
don't
options
understand,
there.
I 100% agree with John, because I
is
play
important
the
to
same
me to
way.
make sure
You
that
guys watch me. I never have issues.
exactly
I have
where
issues
I
with gold in the
sit
early
this
game,
class respec
and then,
thing,
yeah.
because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
It is more.
Can I ask you a
I will
question
have a
about it
salute.
then?
Sure.
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear. I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that, like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is
Somebody
true,
will want
it's not
that.
really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answered sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like, it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like, there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that.
Oh, it's almost good. Dang. Come on.
Like, we probably will revisit that.
Uh-huh.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure, then, I mean, I have no objection to that.
We made the decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release.
Hello there.
Like, could you remember when the frickin' like prowlers and G14 bled you? And,
we
like,
had
it was
we
horrible?
had bleed on a lot more,
Yeah.
and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on
Right.
it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean again pre-release numbers things.
Cool.
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they really removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds, to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so
Cool.
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just how do you feel about it?
I definitely I don't know if this is just a PoE1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing.
What is what now? I don't get it.
It's like I would never divine an item.
No, they're
Like,
sticking to
divine
their vision
is a big
hard.
investment, right?
They
Like,
literally
once in a
told
while,
them,
like, you need
if we
to
make your
like,
changes, what about the
when
people who
a
actually
main
like the
weapon
game
is,
is the
like,
way it is?
in need of it, but
Like, are you saying that? Are you saying that you believe?
I would say this was a pretty big
this is
win
reducing the
for
desire
people who
to
enjoy
use
the
divine.
campaign. Like, they dead ass to his
but I
face
would never
asked
use
him,
it for
like,
just
what about the
because
people who enjoy the
just
game
makes
as it
idea,
is?
like, pretty much permanently
You know,
worse than
like,
what it
when
should
you
be, I
when you
guess, is,
phrase it
my
like that,
personal,
right?
Total feeling as a player.
I mean,
Yeah.
is that partly also just because the range?
I mean,
is-
your interpretation is
and
just as
implicit
good
is
as
just
mine. We're
as
both
well.
just listening
Yeah,
along.
potentially.
I'm just saying, like,
they're not exactly.
when if someone tells me to my face, like if I'm like, you need to do this change, and the guy says, what about the people who don't like that change,
can't
right?
say this
Like,
is something
I'm not
we've
taking that
talked
as,
about.
oh yeah, we're definitely gonna do that change now.
It's
goes
just
on
a
the
thing
Sorry.
that
stuff
kind of
to think.
happened, and then
Yeah.
like, we honestly just went under the radar the whole time. So
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yep.
So I'm looking for a ring
It
right
was
now.
just something I was curious about, so far to bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor?
Yes! Do that!
Give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases.
Do I do any
Well, I
chaos
mean,
damage in my
just-
build?
Are you,
I don't
are
think
you
so.
just saying here, just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say
Damn,
that
there's no real
something's at
point to
5,
upgrading
10,
this ring
15
if my
movement
upgrade is
speed,
gonna
so,
be
like,
shit.
The higher bases are slightly better.
Now that I'm thinking
and
about
maybe
it.
even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight. That it
Yeah,
can roll.
increase the
Well, I don't
weight.
necessarily think
100%.
It's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, you know,
Yeah,
that's
I'm gonna go
sort
get
of
water.
mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as
know,
a
like,
player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in PoE 1, are there really people going around like? Surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. I mean, I
I've-
guess
I've
it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot
Like-
of like triple energy shield boots and stuff.
Right.
Or especially different in PoE 1 because we have
It's
the
specialized
influence
knowledge,
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like that.
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in PoE 2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like, I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE 1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that, that you're
Well,
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know,
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like pretty much the best boot.
right? But I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure.
I've been looking at my other monitor trying to find a ring.
So really, it's
I've got to upgrade.
Move faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, whether or not it's implicit
Which
or
is
based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of
comes
it.
back to the we need to have those discussions and
Right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like life sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a life sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on life sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about. So I just not that is not a particular solution. That
The
I would
bigger
want.
question's about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
It does. But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level, so it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing, the whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like, that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever, which is a more
That's
a
a
thing
separate,
that's come up a bit.
That's
more,
a separate question. That it's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
there'll be more
that's-
discussion.
I mean, so actually, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the, like, I feel like maybe you didn't like this. Well, I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like not so it does not that sorry, it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like,
Stubbins.
your items changing as you level up. That to me
I can't find
is
anything,
the same
chat.
thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why we did. There was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80.
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be. For
Did I seriously not find a
I
map
thought
again?
That's what he's proposed just a second ago. But
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
no. There's a
No,
second thing there.
the second one was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. So
Yeah.
in that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
Yeah, but I
life
don't love
sprig.
that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And
I
like,
hate
there's
it.
a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not, so that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
yeah.
What you
Yeah, I
proposed.
was just curious, because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster.
Okay, I don't
dies.
understand why I'm not getting any
And,
maps,
that can
and
feel
I'm starting to
very
lose my
frustrating, so
mind.
I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire time.
Like, I'm down
if
to a
you
level
don't
3 map.
have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff. That change, like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, like yeah, like you will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there.
Oh my fucking god.
Well, it's
For
also
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able
Yeah.
to do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know.
It was
if it's
hiding all my
fundamental issue, which is
maps.
that minions work
Filter Blade was
differently.
hiding all my
And
maps.
so the issue that we had was that we just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No
and
matter
for
what,
fuck's
they have
sake.
to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like okay, let's say
Oh, I
everyone's
see what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases it a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay.
I was like so confused. I'm like, bro, I'm doing everything I can.
One, oh, he died. And
yeah,
now
that's
6 seconds again, yeah.
that actually is viable, and that
Okay.
maybe is a change we can make.
Hold
And, like,
on.
Would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, as a, like the troll in me, was like, oh, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair.
but,
I mean, I think a lot of people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
so we should probably do something more like that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
Um,
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where it's reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If
To go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like, I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like, yeah,
Right.
like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like, at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway, so it's like,
yeah.
you know, like,
That being said,
Yeah.
it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it. But
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like, I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's been a few
we
different
straight
ways
up
with-
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap icons on.
There was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not gonna miss the monsters if you see them.
The main reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we kind of want to, like, the main thing we're worried about
Yeah.
with that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not
Yeah.
even looking into the game. And
But,
so,
but I think that fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
well,
I love
okay,
that
so,
change.
like,
The
do we
minimap.
just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least
Oh,
for me.
okay. Sorry, I thought you said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
one
I
of the
kinda do that
things,
anyway.
Okay, I can
one of
see
the-
maps
like,
now.
When we were trying to find that in Video Crash,
Holy
we,
shit, a tier 8.
one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap, and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah, I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map.
Okay,
only
this
has
is
3
so much.
rares.
So, chat, I was like
About
losing my
3, so does it,
mind.
like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it
Oh
really-
my god, this is so much better.
Just enable seeing the res on the
I agree.
probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like,
I accidentally
is it
did that
certain
one.
maps over others?
Yeah,
Because
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so
expands like
there's
a
a good-
donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's, yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre 020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was like, you know, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So, yeah, sure, I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So, obviously, PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favored system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it, so then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
tick the...
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on them.
Perfect.
And level up that way.
Yeah, so all the classes, then
then
my
put-
gems, and then all gems. That's
right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question, the Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching, I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about, I think, with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we were to have that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's, it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight
Awesome.
up.
All good. So there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably
I'm
about
not sure I
3 or
like that
4
one.
days before-
That's like, so the problem is it makes it easier on the player,
This
but
is,
it,
Mirage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I
you kind of have
I'd
to
look
work
into whether or
around
not it's gonna be
things, I
okay,
think.
But we could have a support gem that does that. That like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something. And then that way you could.
Well, that one would just be pretty obvious, don't you think?
Something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be. But something along those lines would be the way. I'd do that.
The problem would be everyone would just use it. I'm not using power charges. I'll take a
Just
damage
interesting
boost.
question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people would inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part. Like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, you know what it actually was. It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago, and we're like, okay, what is going to make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that.
It's not even new players, but I think people just like filling their role.
Why we did that in the first
If
place.
that makes sense.
And,
People
like,
like
evidence
being
of that in PoE.
Big Hammer Dude.
Yeah, players who select ranger.
People wouldn't like
even
Big
though
Hammer
there's this
Dude
whole thing
if
about
it was
being
like
a
Huntress,
ranger, like,
you know? People wouldn't like Big Hammer
it
Dude
takes a long
if it
time
was
to
like
go and
Witch.
experiment with that if they're
you
a
know?
player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon
If
type like
Witch
that.
was the best Hammer character, I probably wouldn't play it because it's
That
just
is the-
aesthetically
that's the way to make it something
not
very
appealing.
you kind of know.
Likewise,
It's like in your head
I
or-
might play Warrior as like a Necromancer because it'd be funny, but I mean, Witch would just, you know,
The next
It's
question
people
is,
just like that
corrupted
shit.
items, and you added,
I don't know.
in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter strongbox, chef's kiss. Love that thing. Please put it in PV1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is, or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it ain't. It is.
We just we actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks. Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Yeah. Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
We're adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
And we're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and/or catalysts. Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. You know, we're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within, like, you know, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities with, because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, you know, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually, almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with, but I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like this 0.91 chance to recombinate. Yeah, just what do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
I'm kind of waiting for more info and data there for sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2, this whole system sucks.
There was a real like it's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively good weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want to. So like we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So like, you know, like it's just not I can't really say anything about.
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's something I haven't.
Right. Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were 2 major item systems that I was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on, and then we'd calibrate. One was recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is 2. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier.
Okay, the maps are a bit better once I get them.
Last final boss. But the other thing is there's currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which I don't know how that happens, but I saw that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, you know, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how endgame is now than how it was in 0.
I have also heard that, but
Yeah,
again, very
so,
anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well,
issue.
that was
Yeah.
also the case for us, which is why we
Yes.
changed
so
it.
that's why we just were like,
so
let's
I'm-
fully redo
Yeah,
this.
so I'm the wrong
What is it
person to
gonna
ask
be?
for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this,
Man.
and it was pretty split with the
Okay.
with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps.
Sustain as
so
fuck,
I-
says his champ, but like I'm sitting here like, wow, I'm getting all these maps.
So-
Literally live getting all these maps.
Sure.
Sustain as
I
fuck.
think
There's
the
a
issue
7,
that
a
people in
7,
the
and
chat were
8.
saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you
readily
say
find-
C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
both, I guess, like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now? I guess people
That's
want,
why I'm
like-
asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're
We,
revealed, or
just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be
Right.
looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it, so that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So
Fog
towers
of
and
War.
citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah, so
something like that, just to
but
slightly
we don't
increase it,
currently
but
have
maybe.
a
Oh, plus 2 level Dominion. Isn't that good?
distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or it isn't, and so maybe we can mess with that and have it be.
Is
like,
that...
you can see
Makes
like
sense.
you know.
Wait, Kuma, have you not seen
some
my
depth
build?
in or something
Have you
like
not
that
seen
to
my
make it better,
fuckery?
but,
Yeah. But
Wait, Kuma,
Kuma.
Kuma.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community
Yeah.
in particular as well, and of course people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very
Yeah.
curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively.
Oh
as in
man,
endgame, but
Rolling
later
Slam.
start getting
I
stuff.
comboed Rolling Slam with Reverberate and
I really,
Aftershock
really like to make
and
sure we get that
Tremors.
right. So, if any of that comes up,
Reverberate, Aftershock, Tremors.
I have one.
And 'cause
last
it's the
question about
longest
PoE,
cast
and I have
time
a few
ability.
questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of player speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players were telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa
Dude, if you're a Titan, are you a Titan? Okay, let me explain. Here's the thing.
Not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
If you're actually playing a Titan,
like, there's probably
if you're
just
actually
lots of
playing a
other
Titan,
things
Reverberate
that
becomes the
are
most broken rune in the
same
game.
as what
Let me
they
actually explain
were
this.
doing.
Okay? You never notice it because the chance of it happening is so low. Each of these have their own individual chance to roll. This one does, this one does. If you get the Titans, that one does too. Now, remember when you read this one, 15% increased chance
which I assume
to
is what you
cause
meant.
every
Rude, you made me
aftershock
promise
that's
that.
already on it.
Yeah, so
So,
it's pretty clear.
At a,
The number one play
even
build
with my
right now
attack
is
speed, we're at
like
2.56,
and
so it's 60, 120,
right?
that's
Like,
150.
it
Every
wasn't the
single
intention to be like,
aftershock has an
remove this thing and
increased
add this thing.
chance
It
by
isn't intentional that it
150%.
ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully.
So,
and,
For example, this
clear,
one's
like,
not 25,
use it
this
in
one is
stream.
62 and a half.
That's the trouble we have now.
This isn't a 30% chance.
You know, this is what people are doing.
This is a 75% chance to get one.
You know,
No, that's
And a 37.5 to get two. And a 22,
So,
no, sorry,
few more
25%
questions and then nothing.
to get three.
Do we have a rough estimate at all?
And then it also doubles these ones over here.
I
That,
mean,
you know, at 8%, that 10%,
people-
and then it would also multiply the
well,
Titans
it-
one
I
over
think
here.
last we said was
Yes,
EA, and
this is
I'm not
literally
sure, at least towards
I'm just gonna spam the fuck out of slam
no, sorry, I'd said
socket. You just slam every.
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2-week
Yeah.
kind of band because, you know, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised.
It has to be it has to be an aftershock that has a chance. It cannot be a guaranteed one.
Awesome.
So I tossed
any
all
chance
the
that WSD
shot.
and
The
POE1
yeah.
felt more about it?
I kind of like this
It's
interview
not
at
really
least
a question of
ended.
Thinking about it, it's a question of like, I mean, I wouldn't put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it, and so
Yeah.
I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2, at that point it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1.
How many respawns do I get?
Character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2
Wow.
in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like
Yeah.
Yes.
in the long term, this can happen. But, like,
It's
effectively,
stupid. Okay, let me try to explain it
we
best
always
I
sort of
can.
imagined that we
You
would take
always go
PoE 2
impact,
character
shockwave,
rigs,
magnified
PoE
effect,
1
and bone shatter, and then I went ancestral call.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off.
I went.
So like therefore we have to wait until we've got
thing
full
is-
Why did my thing move? I went ancestral crawl to get even more AoE.
change.
Yeah.
And the reason
Because when you do that,
That we have
let
to
me
rig
see if I can
everything
show
for
you.
currently have to
stupid PoE 1 character models
we have to
every
currently
time.
do
Yeah.
So the moment
does that.
we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So yeah, and then at that point we could add W.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life.
So you see how like AoE's 5 times in a row?
That is what they're doing. So
Because what it's doing is each time it's heavy stunning an enemy, it's AoEing
I have
again.
the same question, but with pausing
See that?
for PoE1.
That one I think
That's what makes Bone Shatter
tried to do that.
it was almost
so good.
almost there, and then there was like a couple of things.
That's why they added the new Brink setup.
It is
So you do Brink Leap Slam into Bone Shatter. I stopped doing it,
The
but
highlight effect, like when I right click and
Yeah.
transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality.
see that?
Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I don't know why that would be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do that.
that. 100%.
That's why I do this, by the way. That's why this actually works.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Final question is, Val orbs in PoE 2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE 1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique,
Yeah.
we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE 2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already,
Yeah.
like, we were able to do.
That's
that.
exactly it.
So like, I'm not going to say
That's what this
every
build has been doing the whole time, if
to,
you
like,
didn't
look
know
about
that.
every single unique and do that work would be quite large.
Because all I need to do is set up Bone Shatter and it clears
There's
everything.
like implications for a lot of.
Yeah.
It's like,
And because, yeah, see, it AoE so many times, it almost killed that rare in one hit. And now he's dead.
That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from love for the game.
well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of, yeah, as I said, was just feeling a bit earlier,
No,
but, yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is good because I mean, at the end of the day.
So, in case you don't know, the other thing that makes this so silly, let me
using
explain.
users as the intermediary.
Okay, they're basically ending, right? So, the other thing, that's happening is because, to my knowledge, this is how it works. Because armor explosion is based on your attack damage, I break their armor with this, but wait, my attack damage is should be coming off my weapon. Should be, unless it's been changed, but I don't think it's been. So you see that? That's why this shitty little skill, once I have a two-handed weapon, can start armor exploding. And you see that? You see like how crazy it's going? Yeah. Now, again, they could have changed that, and maybe it's working a different way. I don't know. Is Reddit really that pissed at John? Yeah, probably. But yeah, that's why this build... again, anyone can feel free to correct me, but there's so much dumb shenanigans in how this game works, I'm not sure anyone would even know. But despite resonating strike, because you know what? Can I actually take my weapon off? Okay, you can see it then, right? Yeah. No, that's 100%, yeah. Because now let me put it on. Yep. Yeah, it's scaling off my weapon. Which, you could argue it shouldn't, but it is. And also, shut up. And also, if you tell anyone, chat, I'll fucking kill you.
Yes, go after the treasure.
These are really bad for me right now.
No chance.
Sorry, chat. I appreciate myself right now. Dude, I guy got up and then just got stunned back down. Oh man. Okay. Let's see, stun threshold, reduced chill duration, lightning, cold resist. I don't need... Well, we do need cold, that's about it. This one's got cold, actually. Okay. This one's got more stun duration and health regen. In return for putting 2 modifiers into armor to get less armor. Well, the big thing is I get stun resist, right? Is this even worth an upgrade? Life regen and stun threshold. Is that worth it, chat? This is probably one of the most side grades I've ever side graded, to be honest. So now I get to put 3. Okay. So now what we do, we go into this one, we load it with everything, and this should mean that are stacking boss buffs. Hopefully. We don't create many boss nodes, but the ones here should go nuts. And just so you know, I mean, to the shock of nobody, it doesn't work with, my setup here doesn't work with, I mean, maybe it would work with Supercharged Slam, but it doesn't additionally give it more. It doesn't affect its normal slams because they're guaranteed. So you would just get a lot of slams. And maybe that's good. Maybe. Like, I'll grant you that. Maybe someone could test it more, and I don't know. But yeah. Okay, so I did get a tier 10. Question is it worth giving up armor? How much armor am I giving up? I'm giving up 40 armor. I mean, I haven't been stunned in a while, is a funny thing. Yeah, maybe put this at 20. They sell, if they don't, they don't. Hidden Grotto. I don't remember what's even in Hidden Grotto. Hey, they got more stun buildup. Well, I got a lot of stun resist.
Just try it. Tower.
See, that's what I don't get when people are like, oh my god, I don't even feel like I'm getting stronger. Like, if you don't feel like you're getting giga mega overpowered because you bought one item, that's probably about right. And I don't really understand people who would argue differently.
Challenge.
Bum bum ba da dum ba ba da bum ba dum bum. I mean, bro, your earthquake is your single target option. It's like, I'm using earthquake build. What do I use to kill single enemies? I'm like, the earthquake? If you're playing earthquake build, earthquake does a lot of damage. Yeah, I don't know why are people complaining about sustain, bro? I don't have any issues with sustain. What? Like, it's not even close to being an issue. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have done that. No, this guy can be annoying. I should be fine though. Okay, I'm
not ready.
Ah. Oh! Why are you stun immune? Bro. Wait, he's just immuning my stun, okay. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, chat. This is working bizarrely well.
Steel yourself!
Huh. So, when I first looked at the Aftershock rune, I didn't quite understand it, but now I do. I thought it was really, really strong, and then I understood it, and I was like, it's okay. And then I actually learned it and understood it, and now I'm like, oh my god.
Just try it. so.
Yeah. Huh. I just want to get the last rares out of here. Yeah. What am I at? 79. Now that I've kind of picked up on some stuff, this should be faster. I think my biggest issue... Sorry, that arrow attack can actually kill me. It's quite annoying.
Feel my wrath. I'm ready.
I'm glad I did that. Wait. Is it not gonna show the expedition? Oh, this is a big map. Huh. How do I find the expedition? I thought it showed it once you reached a certain amount. I thought that was the whole point. There we go. Honestly, I do kind of agree with them though. If they show the rares on the map, people will just sprint them. It's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation. Part of the problem is people will stop clearing regular camps and just sprint the rares, and then they'll complain that they don't have enough sustain and they're not getting enough item drops. So I guess I understand it both ways. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I really don't want to die. This one's freeze you though.
Risky.
And I think that's one of the big issues they have to go into that a lot of the players don't really think about. Jonathan needs to sit there and weigh every single thing. Whenever anyone's like, we should do this, it'll be fun. Like, he's a dude whose job it is to think of like, okay, that would be fun. How would that break the game? Because if it does break the game and he didn't think of a way, well, then he's just ruined a season. Because, well, you know, it's basically what he said and people were just totally ignoring. If in Path of Exile 1 you're so overpowered that if a mob is double HP, you might not even notice. In Path of Exile 2, you will definitely notice. So they need to do a much better job at balancing. If you can come up with a much better solution. Not solution, what's the word I'm thinking of? If you can solve a problem, but then in turn break the game, you didn't really solve a problem, you just came out with the same number of problems, you know? You know, I was gonna go down there for that strong box right here, but fuck it. Yeah, exactly. So, like, let's say he's like, oh yeah, we should make new runes for this, that, and the next thing, right? And all of a sudden they make a rune, I don't know, that gives cast speed on armor or some shit. And then someone just stacks it on every piece of gear and it's 100% cast speed at level 7. And you're like, oh yeah, that's why we didn't do that. Now, sure, is that likely to happen? I don't know, maybe not. But, you know, that's exactly what he's got to think about is like, you know, oh, okay, here now, okay, we put cast speed, so casters have some sockets that they want in their armor too. Okay, so like, yeah, it looks like it's okay, well, how does this break the game?
What is it?
Have you found more of what we see?
No. No. Buy or sell. Yeah, we do need this.
Time is not on our side. Yes.
Needed a better mana for a while too. Oh no, my mana's like legit.
Links for my research.
And that's one thing too a lot of people didn't even talk about is there's a lot, like it's way easier to get the quality of items up on the current patch. Lightning resist, flask recovery rate.
We need to create it.
Okay, so we did that one, we did that one. I guess I'll do the corrupted nexus. Monsters are evasive, but I went resolute.
Come get me!
Hell of a checkpoint right there.
You'll break! No tops!
You know, I wish I could do two-handed warrior without a shield. But there's no real way to do that right now, is there?
You were no warrior.
I think what they would have to do, add a notable that does something like, I don't know, call it raw strength. If you have no shield equipped, get 100%, well, maybe not 100%. If you have the shield equipped, get 50% more chest armor, something like that. You wouldn't get blocked, but at the very least, you wouldn't randomly not have enough armor. Yeah. What is going on here? I have an idea. He can't hide from justice. That's the thing, there's literally no build in the world right now where you're gonna use a mace and not two-hand it. I mean, I'm telling you, chat, my character went from like, man, this sucks, I can't even kill some rares, to, oh yeah, I'm just two-shotting everything. Once I picked up a two-hander, because holy shit.
No challenge.
I think some people forget just how much damage you get off a two-hander.
Come get me!
Hello there.
Just try it.
Okay. Try it, but I don't want to die. Hope I don't die. Don't really want monsters to deal 100% increased physical. Seems I made an oopsie with my placement here. Huh. Oops. Well, nobody said it was gonna be the best one ever. What games everyone playing? I'm playing, what is this game called? Anyway, I'm playing this one. What are you playing, New Fire? You know, I kind of miss the old Fire. What dramatic sound effect.
Just try it!
Am I really gonna be on tier 15s this early? Huh. I mean, I guess. Oh, yeah, Chad knew. It's the item filter. Chad, do you like the sound effect of me moving around the map?
Cower!
I need more time.
Oh, man.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Chat, admit it. That's funny as shit. Dude, the funniest part is stunning them through the stun immunity because I stack so much. Oh, armor evasion rating. Honestly, I'm gonna save that one, Jed. That one's going in my ooh. Tactician might like that category. Honestly, I should get my tactician some stuff. I'm kind of getting lots of exalted here. I could probably do that. I think I got a good rune for him. This is on my to-do list, chat. I'm gonna sort that. Not now, but later. I'm gonna sort that later. Don't worry about it. It's getting sorted later. Cold spells. Who wanted that? Someone wanted that.
Have you found more?
Eh. Oh, dang it, his block. Why did I pick this shit up?
Time is not on our side.
Damn it, is not on our side.
Hello.
Hello.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
God darn it. Okay. So there's a tier 12. Another sulfuric cavern. 2 sulfuric caverns. That one might kill me if I'm a bit unluctionate, but let's try it. Well, let's see. We just got all the giga stun. Stun buildup, stun threshold. I think my stun threshold should be fine as long as I have it on gear. I should probably focus stun. The problem with this one is it's too... I feel like Skull Crusher is too... Like, it starts good and it falls off a cliff. I think that's the right way to put it. Is there any more easy stun buildup that I can quick nab, grab, dab? No, I think I have it all, right? Dang. Well, I don't have the 30% from here, but I would have to take this shit, which overall actually lowers your DPS if you're not a Titan. What do you do? That's utter garbage. This one would actually not be that bad if I could reach it, or there's like a jewel right here, or if like I didn't have fucking 3 points to go next door. I feel like they should make traveling more like the same cost if you want to go across the entire map, but traveling next goddamn door is a bit excessive. I could also grab this node. This node's always good. I mean, let me look around. Honestly, this node is holding me back at this point, which kind of sucks, but oh well, it's true. Dang, I like this node too, but I'm not sure what to do. Is this the one I just went in? I think that's kind of the problem. You need to be tanky enough to not get one shot.
Just try it! Become dead! Steel and...
Okay, so we got Titanic. At this point... That node is good. That one's okay. Did these change? No. Mountain Blade didn't go silent for a year. They went silent for like 3 years. I mean, I guess they said they were working, but well, to put it bluntly, I'm not sure anyone believed them.
Favors me.
Okay, monsters more resist. I don't really care. Extra damage is chaos. That I do care about. Okay, let's see. I think we go left and down. Yeah, that's much better. Can I get all of these? Yes, I can. Then let's grab these.
Ah, it's treasure you're
Monsters immune to fire damage. Okay, that one could be annoying, I won't lie. Like, already kind of made him tanky. Big booms. Iron rune. Didn't they open? Someone said they, like, in the first game they all opened or something after you won. What do you mean that sound effect is bad? It's dramatic. No fire. You should know all about flair for dramatism. Of course it stands out. That's the whole point. It's supposed to be dramatic. If something's dramatic, that means it stands out. Bonk.
Come get
Oh
me.
shit, they can fly now.
No challenge.
Yeah, they play it because, like, I'm getting good loot. New fire. If you got good loot, I'm sure you would also want to have an amazing sound effect. Newfire is just jealous because he's not getting any amazing jobs. I understand his jealousy. If I saw me, I'd be jealous too.
Just try it.
I'm in streaming. there any good shows? I watched DMC and well, I actually really liked it. A lot of people are annoyed at me for liking it, which I found curious. Pantheon. I haven't seen that one, no. Yep. I mean, I just gotta set them up for the first stun, so by the time they wake up from the sun, all the aftershocks are already under them, setting them up for the second stun. What a chest. Dude, I swear to God, strongboxes were giving me such good loot. And now, well, they're not. I suppose some of the loot is supposed to be from the enemies you're killing. Is that a level 18 gem? Whoa, what? Aren't I at level... Oh wait, Sunder was level 18. Oh wait, I'm not using Sunder. Wait. Rolling Slam was at level 16. Wait, that's a pretty good damage buff there, chat. Bam! Okay, nearly got stuck. I went thorns. I'm still using thorns. You don't see the thorns? Chat, I'll have you know, my left click and this ability proc my thorns damage, which is unscavenged plating. I could have saved him, chat, but I watched him die. Ooh. That one's a good one too. Scavenge plating. 50% more thorns. Wait, did scavenge plating get nerfed? Was it at 5%? Am I crazy? Wait, does it turn maybe into 5% at higher levels?
Come get me! Fear will best you!
And see, look, I just buffed my thorns. Look how thornsy I am. You don't notice it because everyone around me is dying. Hold on, I gotta stop heavy blocking.
I need more time.
Was that one skill gem 17? That's why my resonating shield to break more armor. When does scavenge plating become 5% then? Is it like a higher level thing?
Go on.
Which one of you has Val gloves?
They'll be here, waiting. Yes.
I literally don't know which one of these are good or not.
Fine.
Okay, 10% elemental resist base. What do I do here? Let's see, let's try fire. Okay. Holy shit, normally this doesn't do shit, but no, that actually went bam. Ba-bam. No, I like that. Go ba-bam. And, okay, I mean, not great, but no, it's not... Okay, holy fuckity fuck. Wait, fuckity fuckity fuck, chat. Holy fuckity fuckity fuck. Like, I'm just gonna hit all three right away and let's just go. What did I get? Bro, what the fuck happened to my ring? Bro, where's my ring? Bro, what happened to my ring? I'm gonna chaos it. Come on. Chat, don't make fun of me. Don't do it. Come on. And it rerolled the mana. It kept the 3 fire effects and it rerolled the mana into another fire effect. Honestly, I would call that improvement. In a way. I mean, still 50-50, right? Come on. You know, in a way, honestly, kind of still an improvement. Fuck it, let's try one more time. Come on. And we got mana regen. Okay, you know what? I tried, chat. I wanted one good thing in my life.
Yes.
Chat, it was gonna work. It was right there. It was right there. I actually got a bargain. What the? How much was it? 30? Oh, okay. Armor, life, rarity, attributes 15, life regen. That's not bad at all. Dang. And the fire resist is actually super important because that will feed because I'm this son of a bitch. That fire resist feeds into my max fire resist, which then also feeds into the other motherfuckers. So I went up a lot of rarity as well, which is important, and life regen. Lost a tiny smidgen of armor. Honestly, for 30 exalted, I'm gonna make my investment back, and right before I do all these bosses too. So I mean, honestly, Chad, that's pretty good. How about you chaos resist this dick? I do actually have chaos resist though. Idiot! Body armor. Sorry, all armor applies to chaos damage taken from hits. Now what? Now what?
You are ready!
Well, it procs your spells that hit me. Doesn't apply to dodds.
Come on now, don't go all day.
You know, reading Reddit, you ever think about how many people hate GGG and think they're totally wrong, but also that Path of Exile 1 is the best game, or at the very least, the best ARPG ever made? Which makes me wonder, who do they think made it? I played Wilson back in the day. I'm hoping it releases one day. God, I hate how much chaos there is. Superior massive great hammer? What? Massive great hammer. This is no regular great hammer.
Come get me!
Yeah, I have 600 strength, right? I mean, honestly, a little bit more and I got it. Honestly, personally, I think if you locked the community of Path of Exile 1 in a room and had them make the best ARPG, it would bleed 95% of its player base in a weekend and be absolutely like the lamest shit you've ever seen. You'd open a menu into 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 a menu. Click one button, your character would do 9 trillion times more damage. The enemy you hit would drop 17 uniques. You would click one button, it would jump you to the end of the map. Enemy minions would try to attack you. They'd be like, we're gonna get you. Your character would like do nothing, not even move. They would do no damage. Then they would die. They would just die. You wouldn't even like have thorns or anything. You just fucking die. It's amusing in a way when you think about it that a bunch of streamers playing the game on hardcore because they've played it so much that they are too good at it to where like they need an additional challenge are really fucking mad that average players are also getting a challenge. No, they scream. Unless I can play on the hardest bullshit ever using the dumbest build ever, one-shotting everything anyway, the game isn't fun. Like, there is a way to do what you're doing. There is. What you do is you just play that broken build and you're good. Oh, you can't do it on an underpowered build anymore? Why is that an issue? I don't understand. Like, fundamentally, I find it so silly how the Path of Exile community believes that the game needs to be an easy steamroll because otherwise their dumb build wouldn't be able to work. But their dumb build isn't really even a build. Like, if you gave their dumb build to someone actually trying to win, they would do it significantly better. The problem is your dumb build isn't a dumb build. It's not off meta. It's just bad. It's literally the bad version of a meta build. It's weird to me how some people don't want to admit that. That they aren't a creative genius who came up with some off meta strategy. No, they just played a meta strategy, but shitty. You don't understand, my cast on freeze build needed it to be overpowered. You look at the build, it's like literally just spamming one button and cast on freeze is so broken it carries it. you look further inside, you could actually have optimized it like significantly more. That's the thing, most meta builds are just like the super optimal version of a regular build. You think like when warriors go out and we start seeing warriors killing Pinnacle 4 boss, their build's gonna be significantly different from mine? It'll probably be my build, likely using the 3 triple slam aftershocks I'm using on a better ability. Likely using bleed, maybe.
Try it.
And I think that's the big thing. A lot of people don't want to admit that, like, they aren't some crafting genius. They were just using OP shit. Because, you know, it's kind of a hit to your ego when you think about it. I think it's a good idea that they want to keep the campaign interesting. They want to constantly rebalance towards the campaign, that they want to keep players having fun. I mean, the number one thing that causes people to quit is the campaign. Now, the funny thing is, let's put it this way. Patient comes in, says, I got an arm infection. Path of Exile community says cut off his arm. Path of Exile developers say cure his arm. And that's literally their exact mentality on how to treat the campaign. I mean, the Path of Exile 2 developers, they've said repeatedly, like, the number one thing that keeps people from playing Path of Exile 1 is they quit before they finish the campaign. And again, it's like the Path of Exile 1 players are like, oh, okay, well then we just need to make the... We need to make the campaign super short and easy and rushable. And they tried that, and they tried that for a very long time. And they got the data, and they show, yeah, if the campaign's really boring and you're just rushing through it for 6 hours, people get bored and quit. So if you make the campaign interesting and you keep people involved in it, oh wait. Hi, kitty. And that's one of the things too, is that when they were talking about like the skill tree and how they wanted to dumb it down, people look at it, they're like, no, that's a terrible idea. It's maybe a bad idea for you, the player.
Come get me.
But for the devs, I think it's quite a good idea to make their skill trees significantly easier, considering that's where everyone quits, right? Get up! Fight! Aw. Probably, but they need to give advanced players a way to be more creative too. Well, they do. Beat the campaign. Like, okay, let me ask you a serious question. Do you really think that, like, advanced players just stop playing Souls games? That's what I don't get. Is that, like, this comparison always fails because we literally have proof people will play these games. And, okay, so, like, look at Elden Ring. People are playing Elden Ring. Look at Dark Souls 1. People are still playing Dark Souls 1. Do you know how easy Dark Souls 1 is? Do you know how, like, well, it's easy. But all they did is they let you be creative. They let you do different routes. They let you do it in different funny items. They let you, you know, and there you go. Making builds feels rather shallow in Path of Exile 2. It's because a lot of you guys are obsessed with only making a build if it's the very bestest, toppest tier build ever. I don't have a different way to phrase it. Honestly, I could just yoink those armor nodes away and put them somewhere better, I think. I'd lose 10 strength, though. Like, okay. Did you like my rapid fire build? How about fragmentation rocket launcher? You could do that. You could do, I mean, you could do shotgun. Just do bleed shotgun like I did. Or do, actually use ice shotgun. But it's underpowered, you'll say. I can't two-shot the bosses. Well, no shit.
Go on.
The idea is to take a build and take it as far as you can. Not to take a build, already have it be top tier, and then... yeah. Like, if your build is already top tier before you even got there, you didn't really contribute much to it, did you? You just decided to play it because it was obviously the best option. Which, by the way, it's also something that kind of annoys me. A lot of you guys take the blatantly best options and then act like you somehow made a choice. The devs come up to you, they're like, do you want to send a kitten to college or kick a puppy? You're like, kick a puppy? Warframe is practically one of the worst examples I think you could mention. Warframe is so fucking easy. Honest to God, Warframe could practically double their concurrent player count. And they could do it very easily by just making... well, actually at this point, I don't think so, because the game's been going on for too long. But let's say they could have had double the player count if they had some challenging content that actually needed your builds. The exact point in time I realized I didn't want to play the game anymore, this would have been like a decade ago. I had gotten, I think it was called the Soma, the minigun. I'd gotten that, I'd gotten all the best mods for it. It was like top tier shit. And I was doing a defense thing. You like defended something against waves of infected, whatever those things are called. And I realized very quickly that this was it. The hardest the game would get would be throwing repeated waves of enemies at you with increasingly ludicrous amounts of HP until eventually, by sheer force of will, you wouldn't be able to win. Not because it was difficult, not because it was hard, not because the enemies actually fought back against you, but because you had to unload 2 clips of a minigun into a grunt to kill them. That's kind of the problem, and that's exactly what this game is trying to do. It's trying to... Okay, so let me put it this way. You take a build... You want to talk about experimentation? Don't give a fuck about the meta. Don't give a fuck about anyone else. Just take your build. So what am I doing? I'm doing Rolling Slam. I mean, I was originally doing Thorns, and I might be going a bit too meta at this point, but I couldn't figure out a way to make Thorns work. And truth be told, I'm fairly certain Thorns is going to be a Warbringer thing, but I'm not a Warbringer, so I kind of had to make a, let's say, detach. I kind of had to escape shuttle into a different build that would work, right? So what did I do? I respec'd a bunch, swapped my points around, went down here, grabbed the, that shit. Honestly, I could get that stun build up. What I think I might try to do is a boss stunlock build, but I'm not sure how possible it would be. But it would be funny as shit to stunlock bosses at any rate. I really need a better node over here. I'm putting down a lot of points, but 80% increased armor from body armor is not a lot for me. Actually, I need to check. So armor right now is 6,300.
Go on.
If I was to change that... Is there any way to get this easier? No. But this is like one of the only... Well... Shit. This is what we're talking about with armor nodes and shit. I think what's his name was totally right, by the way. Ziv or whatever his name was. He might be really annoying, but he was totally right. The problem is armor nodes suck. That's it. End discussion. Like, what the fuck? Why are they so bad? So what am I at right now? 6,300? I'm just wondering if I do this. Yeah. I would have one more point. Technically, that's more. But then I would lose 10 strength and health regen. Yeah, that ain't it. I could go over here. And I'm 6,300 again. But this time I get stun threshold instead of life regen and health. Yeah. I think this is just my best option. Is that worth saving 1 point for? Probably not. Guess it depends. It's good to know I do have a point there to save. Trying to think of an armor node that doesn't suck. Ah, for fuck's sake. Did they actually fix rage to where you get rage properly? If you get hit, I mean. Well, that's what I'm wondering, because I see that the nodes went down. So they might have... I suspect maybe they fixed it, but then they reduced the amount of rage you get. So you don't generate 200 rage a second. I mean, I don't know. Literally, I don't know. God, how worthless. They could fix these nodes up at least. I just don't see any good armor nodes. This is the... These are the only good ones, I think. That I don't have at any rate. Problem is, armor nodes are just so bad. There's only a couple good ones in the entire game. Plus, sometimes I think people just have fun trying to get a meme-ass build to work. Some people only want good builds, and they're like, me do good build, and then they do a good build, and it works, and they're like, yay. But, like, sometimes it's just funny to think, like... It's like min-maxing, but on a stupid level. It's like, can I get this build to work? It's stupid. I know it's stupid. But if I min-max the fuck out of this stupidity, could I get it to work? Let me go get water. Okay. But yeah, that's at least what I think. Some people seem to think they like meme builds because, like, they get some... Basically, they get a bad meta build, and then they play it, and they think, like, oh, look at me, I'm playing a meme build. But you're not really playing a meme build, you're just playing a meta build. You're just playing a meta build that's bad. Yeah. Hi, kitty. Are you, you here to be a kitty cat? You here to be meow meow? Yeah? You here to be a meow meow? Come here, kitty. Come here. Bonk. Okay, sorry.
I've changed my mind.
Let's see, we were done with sulfuric caverns, right? Oh! Corruption boss. That's a really bad map. I don't think I want to do the level 12 death map. Oh, is it this one? Oh, right, you only get...
Come get me!
Huh? Did I just get hit stunned in one bonk? No, I died to something. Well, there goes my map. Is that another fucking sulfuric caverns? Dude, and that's another forge. Holy shit, there's so many. Did you change the title? Well, no. This is really bad. Well, crypt is easy. Yeah, I was not expecting to get utterly demolished there. Surely I wasn't.
Just try it.
I went back and looked at the replay. I didn't get stunned or anything. Just one thing blew up under my feet and I died. Yeah, I'm still unkillable. What I did there is sleep. Tactical nap time. The amount of rage you can generate from being hit seems to be rate limited. What is that? Is this complete shit or is it just me? Well, okay. Do I get holy damage from Holy Descent, Chad? Do skeletons take bonus holy damage?
Try it. Steel yourself.
I mean, I guess I could just buy that to buy that, right? You know, it's funny. I've still never gotten an audience with the king.
You were no worry. Just try it.
It's so funny. Being a physical damage user against this tornado. Look at this tornado, Chad. And it's like, no, you can't just stand in front of me and take all the damage. No. Man, this ritual do be ritualizing. That's pretty good. That's not good. Might as well upgrade Leap Slam. I don't think Ritualist was meant to be a minion class. Oh, okay.
I'm ready.
I mean, they didn't... Oh my god, he's fast. Oh my god!
I can't yet. Fortune favors me.
Like, well, that would explain why I went so ham. Bro was defending the divine.
Come here! Feel my wrath! You win no warrior.
They got all of fucking Wisconsin in this one. Okay. That's interesting. That you can get... Wait, so you can get the companion with just enough dex? That seems obvious, and yet I hadn't thought of it. Nah, my gloves are like go armor. Those are armor noises, chat. I have so many rituals, and yet this shit is all ass. My drops and maps are amazing. I'm almost at 100 exalted today. I feel like no one's noticing that.
Let more other remnants.
Speak.
Hello. Remnants for my research. Yes. Find more breach remnants for my research.
Oh my god. Dude, there's so much shit to manage now in your inventory, it's killing me inside.
Hello.
I mean, there are some nodes that are interesting. I think getting the triple banner node is what they intended for Tactician. The problem is, what does that do for you? Until you can generate Valor, like if you can generate Valor while a banner is out, so you can infinite banner, I'll believe it. What the hell is a green? But until you can generate infinite valor, I don't think we'll do that shit. Chat, what's a green? Wait, now it's white. What did that even... Oh, from the loot filter. Wait, but people aren't gonna try to do that anymore, are they? Didn't they nerf that shit?
No challenge.
The last one. The little bonk at the end, dude. He's like, oh shit, are we done bonking? Oh, I didn't get the memo. Boy, they didn't nerf the purple orbs, huh? Okay, but where am I? Huh. That's interesting. I'm wondering if stellar amulets even sell. They do not. Ain't nobody trying to do that shit, apparently. Another sulfuric caverns and a forge. A Crimson Shore silent cave. The silent cave. What do you think about that one, kitty cat? What do you think of that one, little meow meow kitty meow meow kitty meow meow kitty meow 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 kitty meow? You're so cute. Everyone loves you, kitty. Why does everyone go for the quadrilla?
Just try it. Weak creature.
I did it. I defeated the imprisoned boss. I know, chat. I know. I'm amazed I pulled it off myself.
Return to death.
What is this, like the Essence Cave? And I'm not even getting essence.
I need more time.
Ah.
I need more time.
I don't think he's shooting at me, but it's getting a bit hard to see.
I need more time.
Well, that wasn't hard, Chad. You guys said that would be hard. That was freezy. Easy with a mix of free. Portals are disabled in boss fights. I think I got him, buddy. What do you mean I'm not supposed to face tank him like that? Huh. These 2 unique essences you can get there. I mean, I would say the endgame is definitely improved. Armor, ooh, that rarity, but no.
Hello. Elect more otherworldly.
Honestly, I don't know what the fuck people are putting up for prices anymore. Did I not beat it? What you didn't know, chat, is he's merely the lieutenant of the actual boss. Now I need to beat 4 of him to free the captain. And then the captain is actually under the lieutenant. And we need to beat 5 captains to unlock the lieutenant. And little did you know, Untainted Paradise. Now that's the Giga XP one, right? God, I don't want to do Forge. I don't want to do Sulfuric fucking bitch fucking son of a cavern again. Damn it! Chad, there was an anime I watched on Netflix a while ago. It was like a parody anime about a guy who wanted to be a superhero. And he kept imagining, well, it was, I think it was like some god or something kept putting him in like anime trope scenarios. And they literally made that exact joke. Where like every time they beat the big bad, they found out he was just the lieutenant for an even bigger bad. And I cannot remember the name of the anime, but there's one segment where they took this joke to its natural conclusion. And they were talking... Samurai Flamenco! Holy fuck, that's it, dude. You're a lifesaver. There was one scene where it was like... They were talking about all the invaders from space. And they were like... Oh god, it was like... It was something like they were like Darth Insidious, who we thought was a leader of the Evil Four, was actually just a member of the Dark Cartel, whose leader, Senor Plankington, was actually just a member of the Shadow Gang, whose leader, and they just went on and on like that, and they like went like 20 deep. Every time they beat the big boss, they found out he was just a lieutenant for another boss.
Come here.
And it just kept going and going. Holy shit, I got a Samurai Flamenco. Holy shit, I gotta watch this show. Again? Yeah, like, I'm not joking, it eventually went. The list they showed it, they kept zooming out. They were like, there were like these four is under this guy, then they would zoom out, and that guy was just part of another criminal syndicate, and he was a lieutenant to this guy, then it would zoom out, and that guy was just part of another criminal, and he was a lieutenant to, and it zoomed out and zoomed out and zoomed out, and they were like, how many have we beaten? 63,000.
Just try it.
Oh, I always love a good risk.
This one might be bad. I know they do cold damage. I just give them cold resist on a map that already buffs their damage.
Face me. Can't yet.
Yeah, I'm so glad you knew the name of that show because I wanted to watch it again for the longest time. And no one I know has heard of it. Nobody. I asked my anime friend who watches every anime, and he was just like, I've never heard of any show like that. I'm like, no, seriously, it was on Netflix. People were talking about it. He was like, nope. I was like, seriously? Has this show just vanished?
Meat creature!
Meat creature! Yeah, you can block that attack. I've had to learn what was blockable. Well, Warrior last patch was a little bit worse. This patch, he's doing pretty okay. Though I think a lot of it is Smith. Smith is interesting. Why'd I pick that up? Wait, there's 2 chests here, chat. No one told me. What if that had an exalted in it, chat? Then what? You'd make me look a fool.
Fear will best you!
You don't like my interesting Smith build, chat? Dude, get up there, damn it.
Just try it!
Dude, everyone's getting got down in a freak smithing accident. I'm kind of curious what they're gonna do to buff him, because I don't really have a chest piece, and if his abilities end up being really good, I can't use them. So why are we being attacked by rogue exiles anyway? Because I was thinking about it, chat, right? Like, Chat, you don't like this interesting gameplay? You guys just hate fun? Oh, God. Oh, I love myself so much, chat. You have no idea. Percent block chance is multiplicative. That's actually why a lot of people have given up on even putting points in block and just put them all in damage. Which kind of sucks, but you can get the idea, right? Yeah. A lot of people are just like, fuck it. Like, it's better. It seems for a lot of people, I mean, I shouldn't say the general sentiment, but the sentiment for a lot of people is just get a shield with a good block rate and then just sit on it. You can reach the 75% cap. You can. I mean, I'm at 58%. All it takes, you have to get a really good shield with base block being high. Probably around 45% at least. And then once you're there, then it multiplies with that. So like you'll have 45% times, 7% more. It's definitely possible. It's just hard. But you can get to 75. I mean, there's a lot of builds that focus on it. And there are also some builds. I should probably socket this shit if I'm doing this. What would I socket, chat? Do I socket life? 2% life? That's really not that much. I'm just thinking. Ooh. Actually, that one's not too bad. But I'm not getting many exalteds. I'm gonna put that in the maybe category. This is my I'll fuck with it later category. I'll never fuck with it, chat. It will sit in my inventory forever.
Time is not our side.
Savannah might kill me. Not gonna lie. We gotta be a bit careful about that one. Now they penetrate my resistances, and my resistances are this high. Do I just shrug that off, ignore it, and not give a shit? Okay, so I wanna deserted. Oh shoot, that'll be what's his name. Steaming Springs one is okay. Well, I have to do this map eventually, but I'm just gonna die. Oh well.
You are greater than a god. Untouchable. I'm ready! Cower!
Well,
Just try it!
whatever. You still barely get. You know, I probably should wait before doing the boss, but fuck it. Okay, so I just have to not get one shot.
I need more time.
Well, shit, I managed to do it. Huh. Okay. That's the best boss music to you? I'm not sure.
Come get me!
You there, local, come here.
Okay, let's see. Monsters penetrate cold resist. Okay, so that one. Wait, what the hell? Sorry. Uh-huh.
Yes, add some spice.
I can survive crit, so I don't know if I can survive that shit though.
Just try it.
Wait, what? Is it 3 of the same? Okay. Well, I'm either gonna die or I'm not. Honestly, 50-50.
Steel yourself. You were no warrior.
The counter.
Okay.
In the right hands, this could forge.
Even if I die, I don't die, technically. So it's pretty okay. Okay, so what was I putting quality in? Scavenge plating is it full now? Okay, so what does that leave? Oh right, overwhelming presence. Because then we make it easier to stun enemies.
Come get me.
That's your jeweler's orb. I'm really gonna. There's lots of uniques, but yeah, you just rarely see any. Let's not die to that. That would be good. I wonder if white strongboxes are even worth doing. I mean, I guess you get packs of enemies to kill. So you got that going for it. Oh! And then every so often you get Goliaths who spawn out and all do their special attack. Map completed. What? How does the life system work? Huh. I'm down to 1 life. Before I even get 3,000 HP. That feels excessively fast to me. What other skills do I have to level up? I guess shockwave totem, whatever. It just seems a little bit of a rapid pace, so to speak. Nope. And as for you, I don't even know why you're in my inventory.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
Okay. Well, I think we'll be done for now. I'll do a video reviewing the patch. Honestly, I like it a lot. I know it'll get tons of hate, but personally, I think this patch is really good. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, chat. I'll see you guys.